Hello and good evening. I'm Ujjwal Gadraju from the European Cricket Network. We're here bringing you live action from the Ipsonas cricket ground in Limassol, Cyprus. This is day 8 of 22. Well, I'm saying day only because there's a little bit of daylight around, but what we're really bringing you home is live action from night games. And it's a doubleheader again today. We have the Cyprus Mouflons who are taking on the Black Caps. The Black Caps are on a bit of a swan song. They've played some excellent cricket already in this tournament. They won their last 2 games and they're sitting pretty on the table. They're right at the 2nd position. The Cyprus Mouflons, on the other hand, are languishing somewhere in the middle. But 2 wins here for them can take them right up there with the Nicosian Tigers. Let's see what's going to happen. We'll not keep you waiting. Let's go straight to the toss. Well, both the skippers were out there with the umpire just a little while ago, and the news from the toss is that the Mouflons have won the toss and elected to bat first.
Nice looking forward defense there, Ujjwal, but I don't think we'll be seeing too many of those. This is T10 cricket. Should have gone for that big swing to cow corner. Welcome back, everyone, to another night of cricket here in Cyprus as you get this beautiful drone shot brought to you by Daniel Milkovic's crew, as we should be in for another exciting night of cricket in a very windy and gusty Cyprus. Well, it's so windy, we've got laptops blowing all over the place, so wouldn't want to be bowling first if I was the Black Caps. It's going to be tough conditions out there, as Ujjwal has just trotted along back to the commentary box. Great to have you here.
Well, I nearly got blown away. This is a fierce gust here, Nishi. Hello and good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure being here again, Nishi.
Going to be quite a challenge to just keep everything together. This is extremely windy conditions, but we do get breezy evenings in the Mediterranean, but this is a bit much.
Well, it really is, and another evening that's going to give us a couple of exciting games. This tournament has really delivered, hasn't it, so far? Well, I wonder if you can get any words across. People often say words are wind, and well, our words have certainly been carried away by all this wind. As we see, the Black Caps have done a fairly good job in their last few games. They're going to set up a big challenge here for the Cyprus Mouflons, who've lost their way a little bit after having registered the first set of victories in this tournament. And well, they're missing some of their main guns today, aren't they?
Indeed, they've gone back to Mouflons originals, and none of the loan signings will be playing today. So a number of loan signings from the Punjab Lions took part in the last couple of games against M-Docs, but Mouflons have said, absolutely no, we're sticking to our originals and the full-time players, as Imran Khan is on strike. He'll face the first ball, delivered by Qasim Anwar. Let's see how it goes. Has a bit of a false start, and he'll go back to his mark again. So a short pause as we continue our wait for the first ball.
Yes, Qasim Anwar, of course, just about got shortlisted for the Cyprus national team, so he'll be brimming with confidence.
This one is cracked across, and it goes behind square, and Imran Khan doesn't take long to get going. Gets a boundary of the first ball.
Well, how often have we seen this? A bowler providing some width, and right there at the top of the power play, any balls with width in them will be smashed away. You can only have 2 fielders manning the boundary within this power play, and Imran Khan is off to a brilliant start here.
Charges back in for the second delivery. This one's wider as well, but full delivery. Imran Khan would be hoping he could drive that, but gets a bit of movement away. Anwar.
Yeah, he's been really good with moving the ball away. Excellent seam position from
Qasim Anwar there and extracting that seam movement after pitching. This pitch does offer a lot of bounce. If you hit the deck, you'll be rewarded. And Mehran Khan on that occasion being beaten by that extra bounce and movement. He's also capable of bringing this ball back into the right-hander as Qasim Anwar.
He certainly is, and on that occasion the ball goes right into his back pocket, and well, a lot of bowlers like to have batsmen in their back pocket, but Qasim Anwar has a ball in his back pocket.
Well, he'll certainly like a few wickets against his name. One way to put the opposition onto the pump is to strike nice and early. If they can get a few within the power play, the Mouflons will be under a lot of pressure. So despite that first ball boundary, Qasim Anwar's done well here to pull things back.
He's done well here, and considering the conditions, just how much these gusts have picked up, you know, in the last 15 to 20 minutes. This is pretty impressive stuff. So not the easiest conditions to bowl in, especially if you have attacks like these two sides, which are stacked with quality seamers, as Anwar runs back in for his 5th delivery. This time in that sort of 5th, 6th stump line, a nice comeback, and Mehran Khan's now looking a little tentative, facing a quality bowler.
And we've spoken about that excellent line and length that you can be rewarded for, pursuing that corridor of uncertainty, that avenue of apprehension. Excellent start here from Qasim Anwar. Mehran Khan, can he have a last laugh at the end of this first over? Well, he gets some bat on that one. That one raced away towards the man at the third man. That was Parminder Singh. He'll grab the ball and he's probably going to hop back and bowl the second one.
Yeah, that's just tossing the ball to the next bowler. That's done very efficiently there by Mehran Khan. As a nice quiet over to start off against the quality batsman for Anwar. Anwar's been one of the most consistent bowlers this tournament. You can always expect him to get a few wickets. Never goes for more than 7 and over in his 2 overs. So somebody who his captain can frequently turn to get the job done.
And man with the ball in his hand who's going to continue proceedings for the Black Caps is Parminder Singh. He's been quite effective with the new ball in his hand. He can swing the ball back into the right-handers. He's also capable of angling it away. You have to watch out for him. Well, on this occasion, going down the leg side, and the first extra is on the board.
It's also the first time we're going to get a look at Gurdeep Sharma opening. He's hasn't faced the ball yet, so I wonder if he's just going to be a little nervy and jittery at the other end. He's been out there for a while, and it's a windy day as well, so I wonder if he's just going to get a bit too chilly watching from the other end.
Once again, straying there with his line, Parminder Singh. He'll be looking to try and get into a good rhythm. So important for fast bowlers who are running in to hit that good rhythm early on in their spell. That can kick some wind into their sails.
Don't know how much wind they need in their sails today. This might just break the whole sail itself, as Parminder Singh. This one's a wider one. Mehran Khan could easily have left that one alone and gotten a free run, but in the end he gets to the other end.
And nearly a hat-trick of whites there for Param Singh. Rescued there by Mehran Khan, who reached out for that one. Got some bat or glove on that.
I must say, that's the perfect line and length to a left-hander, isn't it? If only it was a batsman batting with another hand, as Gurdeep Sharma will get set to face his first delivery. Our ECN viewers will remember him from last August when he bowled a dramatic final over of the tournament as he charges down the wicket and hits a single.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake here for the Cyprus Mouflons, who started off in this tournament as arguably the favourites to go ahead and pick that trophy up at the end of the 22nd evening. But well, they were set back by the Sri Lankan Lions through a couple of spirited performances. They'll be aching to register another victory here today. This one's cut away straight to the fielder, but a little bit of hesitancy there as he fails to collect cleanly. They'll come across for a single there. The scoreboard sticking.
Yeah, you point that out. These two sides coming in with very different kind of form. The Mouflons really questioning themselves a bit after picking up a couple of losses against the Sri Lankan Lions. Meanwhile, the Black Caps, well, they've got 3 wins on a trot and they're looking to make it 4 against one of the big powerhouses. Parminder Singh this time, well, gets an inside edge and a good bit of fielding by Nadanya to make sure that it's just a single.
Yeah, the Black Caps, of course, gave us that nail-biting finish. Excellent job by the skipper as well at the end with the ball. When the going got really difficult for his side, he put his hand up and said, "I'm gonna rescue you." And he pulled off Houdini.
Yeah, that was very encouraging to see the skipper stepping up. Hadn't bowled much throughout the tournament and got the ball on the final over where the opponent needed 6 runs to win and only gave up 3, as I think that one takes a thick inside edge and it won't be an LBW.
They're keeping things nice and quiet here. Only that one boundary of the very first ball off the willow of Mehran Khan. But after that, things have been rather quiet for the Mouflons. They've struggled to get this ball away. Once again, these visuals are bringing you glimpses of how gusty and windy it's out here. Parminder Singh runs in again. This one's a little fuller, but it's going away from him. That's that ball that snakes away from the right-handed batsman. We spoke about that. He's capable of bringing it in, but also equally capable of taking it away from the batters.
Yeah, this is the second time this tournament we've seen the ball just kick up from the sort of that popping crease. So that's something which I think wicketkeepers will have to watch out for, and it might throw a couple of them off as just to give you an indication of how serious these gusts are. When we came in here, it was listed at just under 40k an hour, but feels like it's a lot more.
Yeah, I think it probably picked up a little bit over the last 20 minutes or so. As we see that the skipper Brar has gone back to Anwar. They're looking for some wickets here. Nice use of his feet on this occasion, but hit straight to the fielder. Good cricket all around.
Quality cricket and good bowling, good batting and good fielding. As Mehran Khan, who's off to a pretty slow start by his standards. He's usually at about 15, 16 runs at this stage, but it won't take him much to just go up the gears as he faces Qasim Anwar's 8th delivery. This time, well, right on cue, has he popped it up in the air to a fielder? He has, and this time, well, he never really got going. Mehran Khan looked extremely uncomfortable, and there goes the Mouflons' first wicket.
Well, and we've seen progressively throughout this tournament that the catching has gotten better with time. All teams have been improving with their catching, getting used to these conditions, getting used to catching the ball under the night skies. This one was a skyer. He got nicely underneath that one, backpedaling to get underneath it. A calm and collected head there, resulting in the very first wicket. That'll be the end of Mehran Khan. He got off with a brilliant boundary through the offside and promised to score many more, but he's fizzled away and has gone for 8 of 10 balls.
Just really looked off color tonight. That's not what we typically see of him. He started the tournament off in swashbuckling fashion, scored a ton of runs against M-Docs, but last 3 games it's been a bit of a different story as another one of Cyprus's nationally shortlisted players, Zishan Sarar, comes in to face his first delivery, and Qasim Anwar is looking good.
Oh, nice bit of bounce there. Once again, we spoke about how you can extract a lot of bounce here if you hit the deck hard. On that occasion, Qasim Anwar hitting that one just short a good length and getting that steep bounce once again. He's a tall and strong lad, is Qasim Anwar. So when he hits the deck hard, he can certainly extract some bounce there. It's a difficult ball to play first up. Well, he goes full on that occasion. This one's driven through the gap on the offside. Oh, has he done enough there? I think he probably just escorted that ball to the boundary. It's not neatly done there, not backing up the bowler enough.
No, Parminder Singh will be pretty disappointed with that one. That's a low full toss and not the best delivery either, but you think he'd be able to cut it off, even if he used his feet over there, but in the end he just helped it over the boundary, and Parminder Singh just not backing up a fellow seamer.
Yeah, he'll be distraught there with that effort. As we see Kasim Anwar runs in again. He's going at 6 and over so far. Nicely cut away, but there's a man in place there. Sharp single run. It does make sense sometimes not to have a shy at the wickets. You don't want to give away some overthrows. We've already seen a few overthrows going back to the boundary.
Yeah, certainly, if you do look on that leg side, there aren't too many people backing it up there. So in the end, I think that was a wise decision, especially in the tournament where we've seen games decided by fine margins, a couple of runs here and there. So you want to conserve as many as you can. As Kasim Anwar charges in for the final ball of his spell. This one is popped up by Gurdeep Sharma. Will it be a second wicket? Oh, it's taken on a second attempt by the second fielder. Ataullah with an assist by Parminder Singh.
Well, what a catch. This one's going to go into the highlight reels at the end of the tournament. We've spoken about playing this game as a team, although there's often individual brilliance that shines through. Once again, you see this, an excellent anecdote of a team effort, literally. That one popping up, and it was the senior statesman Ataullah ever so alert to that opportunity. Well, that's another early wicket here, and I think, Ishi, one of the things we can clearly take away from these two skiers was the fact that it's not going to be easy to hit the big shots here with this gust of wind. They're probably trying to hit against the wind, and the ball's just not carrying.
And not just that, but also you got to commend the fielding. It's not going to be easy to take catches in this swirling wind, as the wind is just going away from the batsman right now.
So, well, considering these conditions, I wonder what a par score would be. Well, is that one going up?
I think that's just a tad bit high, but a good comeback by Parminder Singh. We saw him start the previous over with a couple of wides, but this time he gets it right on the money, just cuts off the angle to the right-hander. That's a very good ball. If he keeps bowling there and assisting the other fielders, I think his have a good night.
Well, throughout this tournament we've been talking about how different captains have different ways of going to their bowling options. On this occasion, an attacking option for the captain Bar. Well, that's nicely fielded. That was sharply clipped. There's a man stationed at square leg. He had to get down quickly to keep that one down to a single. Brar here, Nishi, going to his attacking option, bowling out his two main guns right away.
Very good to see Brar doing that. He just wants to get early wickets and try to cave into this very deep Mouflon's batting order. As we see the world's second most famous S. Austin come out to the crease, it's Scott Austin. And he's had a nice promotion up the order, so a big responsibility for him. He hasn't had the chance to bat this early in an inning, so...
Well, if his ass calm and if his heart is as stone cold, he can put up a show.
That's my favorite pun by you so far this tournament.
And there've been a few, haven't there? Well, Param Singh's running back in again. Nicely bowled, but equally well defended by Scott Austin. He's off the mark.
This is a very good stuff by Rajwinder Brar. You did interview him a few nights ago, and he's a very intelligent captain, I have to say, and he's I think he's been one of my favorite captains in this tournament. His decision making is very proactive, and he never hesitates to take responsibility and step up in pressure situations, whether it is with bat in hand or ball in hand. You take a look at another delivery, and Parminder Singh looking very good. Chance for a run out. Who's it going to be?
Well, I think Scott Austin's going to have to make his long walk back. They're going to take another look at this, but I don't think Zishan Sarwar left his crease there. Unfortunately, there was a yes-no situation. It's the last thing that the Mouflons wanted. That ball shaped back, got the inside edge. Zishan Sarwar put his hand up. He said, I don't want to go, but there was that 1 second of hesitation. Makes all the difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does, and I think one of the most discouraging things this tournament has been the communication between the batsmen. That's a run out we've seen far too many a time. Batsmen often turning their heads to their partners, no communication, and there's going to have to be a serious conference. Oh dear, this is a big moment. Zishan Sarwar has been sent back.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? I wonder whether Scott Austin just made his ground before Zishan Sarwar could get back in. He did stray and wander off for a little bit when there was that hesitation. There he went. And well, that may have just cost the Mouflons a really big wicket over here. So their top three batsmen are must correct myself. We do know that the MCC rightly has encouraged all of us here, analysts, commentators alike, and writers, to use gender-neutral terms. So let's call them the batters. The top 3 batters of the Cyprus Mouflons are now back in the hut. It's Minhas Khan who's made his way out to the middle. They've got to go great guns here if they have to recover.
Yeah, Minhas Khan looked good in the first couple of games the Mouflons played against the M-Ducks, but like so many Mouflons players, he struggled last time out, and well, Austin has just been involved in a big run out, so he'll be feeling that extra bit of pressure as this one just slides down the leg side. And I think that appeal just indicates how much these Black Caps realize they're on top of the Mouflons, and they just want to keep them down while they're down.
Well, another indication of just how well they're bowling is one look at the scoring rate of these Mouflons. They're scoring at less than a run a ball, or just about that. This one's cut away into the offside. That'll be another single. Hitting that one in front of square was Scott Austin.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting what sort of a role he'll play. Is he going to try to be the anchor while Minhas Khan will look to be the aggressor? These two are going to have to figure out a way to navigate these next 6 overs, because the last thing the Mouflons want is a repeat of what we saw from them a few nights ago.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what the skipper will do now. Who's he going to turn to? As we welcome all of our viewers around the world. It's the ECN FanCode European Cricket T10 tournament in Cyprus, Limassol. We're in a day 8 of 22, and we love hearing from you. We've been really happy to receive a lot of forthcoming comments here in our live chat. I love hearing from you. Do grab your favorite beverage and settle in, because, well, there are some fireworks that are certainly going to go off here tonight. And he's answered our question, Nishi. The skip has turned to Omar Farouk, who's also been really good with the ball in hand.
Only man to have bowled a maiden so far, but he starts off with a wide, so this over certainly won't be a maiden.
Well, you've certainly polished your commentator's curse before you got in, didn't you?
So it took a nice big polishing, gave it, took the best Kleenex I could find, and they shined it up.
Omar Farouk. Well, excellent stuff here from the skipper, Brar. Bringing on the right man, I think, at this point. Excellent shape away. That ball was swinging in. It hit the deck on the seam and seamed away. Hard going here for the Mouflons.
Yeah, that was a very difficult ball to play, and a near perfect delivery in white ball cricket. It's really hard for the batsman to throw his bat at it. As Omar Farouk comes back in for a second delivery. This is a wider one as well, and maybe if Austin leaves that one alone, it goes for wide.
Well, I'm of the opinion that this is one of the better balls to bowl in the T10 or the T20 formats. The ball that's shaping away, kissing that tram line, making the batters reach out for it, play away from their body, especially when they're rooted to the ground, and especially when they're taking a leg stump guard. Well, this one's shot, and he's got onto that one quite nicely here, Scott Austin. Well, does this man have a night to live up to?
Yeah, gets on the back foot on this occasion, just digs this one shorter, and he gets on top of the ball very well, plays it with great confidence, and he gets his first boundary. And the Mouflons, just 3 boundaries so far, as that'll be their 3rd one. So they're going to have to pick it up and really start racking these boundaries up over the next few overs, because the run rate has just made it to exactly 6. Not really where they want to be.
Farouk runs in again. Oh, he was trying to leave that one. That was way too high to hit the stump, so they'll have to go back, but good bowling there. Once again, I think this one hit the seam and seamed back, Scott Austin, as he was trying to leave that one, let that one go down the leg side.
Yeah, there have been a number of comical leaves on LBWs. We saw one yesterday where the batsman just leapt up and the ball hit him right in front of the stumps, and he was absolutely plumb. So that occasion, Scott Austin gets away with it as gets ready to face his 8th delivery. This one's just poked away straight to the skipper Brar, who'll happily take that one.
Scott Austin's looking to play good cricketing shots, and as we've said a number of times, There's a lot of space and room in this format of the game for good cricketing shots. We saw how quickly he was able to put that shot ball away a couple of deliveries ago. Well, he's using his feet here. Luckily for him, he got some bat down just in time. Another French cut, another boundary.
Another boundary, and the Mouflons really needed that. I'll just take their run right away to a shade over 6 as this is a good delivery. It's Austin recognizing the gravity of the situation, comes forward, throws his bat at it, and gets that bottom edge. And at the halfway stage of their innings, well, it's dire straits for the Mouflons right now. 31 for 3.
Well, they'll take every positive that can come their way, and that boundary just about pipping them about that 6.2 scoring rate right now as we take a look at the batting chart.
Just nothing, no real scores that stand out. Nobody going particularly fast. Everyone's struggled so far. Austin playing a nice stroke and then getting a bottom edge as well. So somebody needs to get going for them. And is it going to be this man, Minhas Khan? We've seen him show some firepower when he played against the MDOC side, and what's he got this time around?
Another hello to the ever-present Keanu. We're doing well, mate. Hope you're going well as well. As we see Akhtar with the ball.
Akhtar, one of the most important all-rounders to this black cap side. That one just on the money, as it'll be one for the over.
Well, he's not too happy that it's been called a wide.
Yeah, the square leg umpire just amending that decision, and it's been given a wide, so looked a tad bit wide as well from our vantage point, and he's going to have to re-bowl his first delivery. Minhas Khan will get off the mark. That one goes just past the fielder point. Will they push for a second? Oh, once again, that's gone for a boundary. So Minhas Khan, a little bit of mix-up at both ends. The batsman looked a bit confused, and then it went right through the fielder. So a little bit of confusion out here as everyone's staring at each other. Batsman, bowler. This is a misfield, and Parminder Singh's not having the best time in the field.
No, to be fair, there was some uneven bounce there, but as they'll teach you in any coaching manual, you have to get your body behind the line. He failed to do that, Param Singh, and he paid the price. So Akhtar's off to a shabby start here, but it's a nice comeback after that boundary.
Yeah, nice comeback, and well, how's Waqas Akhtar going to respond? He's a veteran player. He's a man who's won this tournament once with the Punjab Lions when he was on loan to that side back in July last year. So there's plenty of experience, and we've seen him demonstrate his prowess with bat, ball, and his fielding. That's a much better response. Minhas Khan really didn't have any idea how to play that one.
Well, Nishi, we're talking about how this Cyprus Mouflons batting side bats really deep. Well, but we've also noticed in that same breath about how difficult it is for new batters to get going. So it is going to be really challenging here, especially with the Black Caps sensing this opportunity.
This one's just hit, struck. Is it going to go the distance? No, it won't. Just one bounce, and Minhas Khan gets his second 4. This time, though, no misfield involved with it.
Well, no misfield there. He couldn't get there either. That was firmly struck. He waited for him to come onto that and lifted that one quite nicely into that vacant area behind point. So welcome boundary here for the Mouflons, and for once in this piece the scoring rate goes about 7.
They need a lot more of these, the Mouflons. From this stage they're going to have to go at about 10 and over from here on to just about make it to something like 80, which isn't a great total in itself. As this is a throw attempt, is there going to be a chance for an overthrow? No, there won't. As Minhas Khan just raises his hand in acknowledgement to his partner.
Well, a champion side is often defined by the adversity that it can overcome, and the Mouflons here are certainly facing some adversity. Will they prove to be a champion side? That remains to be seen.
I think the Black Caps really proved that they are a championship pedigree side when they showed their ability to battle adversity last time out against the Eagles. The Eagles needed 13 runs of 15 deliveries, and the Black Caps pulled it out as Akhtar bowls his last delivery. The skipper himself, the man who bowled that dramatic last over, gets a hand to it and makes sure that Austin only gets a single. As we come to the 6 over mark, and the Black Caps are off to a perfect start.
Well, they certainly are, and the skipper, Rajwinder Brar, will be a happy man at this stage. With 4 overs to go, they're only looking at the Mouflons who've been scoring at 7 and over, so that's not worrisome territories from the perspective of the Black Caps. As we take a look at their bowling charts, excellent start there from both those opening bowlers. Qasim Anwar was phenomenal, 2 for 11 for him. And Parminder Singh was excellent with the ball as well, very economical there.
Yeah, they're going to need to go at well above 12 to 15 and over to go at 19 plus. They need exactly 12 and over from here on out to reach that 90 mark, so big task ahead for these two.
And you'd suspect that they need to get at least 90 on the board. We've seen throughout this tournament that it's not all that easy and straightforward chasing a target around that 90-run mark.
Certainly isn't. We saw the fighters yesterday just about crawl their way to, big part of the Tigers, just about crawl their way to 90, and there was some chase then. So getting to that 90 mark is vital, really is crucial. It gives you something to defend.
The Black Caps should really believe in themselves here. The momentum's going their way. Played a couple of really good games, and then they got off to a really good start in this one as well.
I think one of the batsmen needs a little bit of treatment, like looks like we're gonna get some magic spray onto the field, as looks like Minhas Khan's nursing something on his wrist, and this will give some of those Black Caps players a bit of a breather.
Yeah, I think it's his thumb. He probably took a blow to his thumb earlier on. He's feeling the pain. It's not the only pain the Mouflons are feeling. With only 24 balls to go, they're looking down at what can potentially be another defeat if they don't pose an imposing target over here.
Of course, they still have Gursevik Singh in the shed. He's looks like he's the next batsman in, just watching him sitting in the dugout with his gear on. So do have a couple of hitters there. They've got the skipper himself, Mohammad Hussain. But it's going to have to be these two, because any batsman who comes in, well, they really won't have any time to settle in.
Well, I think at this stage, the Mouflons must probably be the more desperate side, having lost their last couple of games and languishing somewhere in the middle of that points tally.
Look at these stats, just 6 boundaries so far, as Austin will play that one down the ground to long on, where Waqas Akhtar will very gently pick it up. That's not where they really want to be. They're yet to hit a 6, and a side that's blessed with so many hitters, that's an alarming statistic at this stage.
And I think what the Black Caps have done so well this evening is they've kept things quite simple. The bowlers have just been running in and bowling to their fields, not giving the batters too much width outside off. Oh, that was mighty close. The keeper leaping there to his right, Madhukar Madhusa, but he fails to get a mid on that. And unfortunately for Omar Farooq, that'll be 4 more against his name.
Yeah, they're getting a few boundaries, the Mouflons, but usually by hook or by crook. They've this one gets an edge and it goes away. But the Mouflons, though, just about getting a few of these extra runs. Without some of these edges, the situation might have been a lot worse for them. A few breaks falling their way. Now, can they capitalize on it, as Minhas Khan off to 13 of 66. This one's down the leg side, and it'll be a wide and extra run for the Mouflons as well.
Good stuff there from Scott Austin, ever so alert to that opportunity to steal a single. He was off in a flash. He's quick between the wickets, is Scott Austin.
Very athletic player. We've seen some of his athleticism behind the stumps when he has the gloves on, and back when he wasn't a keeper and used to do some bowling as well, he'd be electric in the field. So good athlete. And I think last time around when we saw that Zishan Sarwar run out, I think just Sarwar just wasn't aware, didn't see a running opportunity there, as Austin gets ready to face his 12th delivery. This is a wider one.
We've seen him try and do that a couple of times already, Scott Austin. He likes to use his feet, but I think there's a bit of premeditation in that. He's probably better off waiting for the right ball. He's going too early there, and for the second time we see that the bowler probably picked his movement earlier on as he was into his bowling stride, and he bowled that one nice and full to beat him.
Yeah, absolutely accurate. The Black Caps have noticed it, and they just bowl it a bit wider, as this time Austin goes big. Will he go the distance? No, he won't. He'll take a few bounces and he'll get a boundary. That's Austin's 3rd.
Well, for once we see a black cap bowler not bowling to his field. He has no protection there at mid-wicket in the cow corner area. Both his men who are manning the boundaries are straight down the ground. There's a long on and long off in place, and he has protection at deep point and third man. So he wants to bowl outside of off stump, keep it a little full if he can afford it. On that occasion, Omar Farouk just dragging it a little short, and easy pickings for Scott Austin.
Can the Mouflons string together a couple of boundaries in a row for the first time? We'll see as he faces the fifth ball. This one is struck, but there's a fielder there who'll do a good job to get behind it, but it goes right through Kasim Anwar, and for the first time, we see 2 boundaries in a row, and as Jim Ross would say, Austin's raising hell.
Well, Austin's certainly raising hell. He struck that one beautifully, but it appears that someone's ripped a page out of the coaching manuals for the Black Caps. No one's told them to get their body behind the ball, and they're letting a few through.
Certainly are, as Kasim Anwar just unable to get in on that occasion. Normally a very reliable fielder, so that was highly unlike him, as Farouk will be a bit discouraged by that one, as they'll take an edge. And they'll drop to Parminder Singh at deep point, who's had a torrid night in the field, and that little juggle will allow the Mouflons to come back for a second run.
Well, they're recovering here, are the Mouflons. We talked about how a champion side is defined by the adversity they can overcome. Scott Austin is at the helm of this recovery. 22 of 15 balls for him, and ably supported by Minhas Khan, who's moved on at 13 of the 6 he's seen. They're on 59 for the loss of 3 wickets, as we'll take a look at what's coming up tomorrow.
Well, you have a look at this one. It's finals day in Group B. Group A's finals day was so exciting, and we expect more of the same in Group B. That should be an absolute belter. We've got Hungary against Portugal to start off, followed by Netherlands against Austria in qualifier 1, and then qualifier 2, and then all the action concludes with that big final. The action starts at 7 o'clock GMT, 9 o'clock Central European Time, and 12:30 IST.
Yes, and hasn't it been a really exciting tournament already, the European Cricket Championship? We saw a big game today. Earlier on, it was Portugal that took on the mighty Netherlands 11. And boy, did they play out of their skins. They upset that mighty team. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of exciting action out there as well. Returning to the action out here in the middle, it's Minhas Khan on strike, and he's going to take a good look at Singh, who's running in to bowl. Well, that one's pulled away. A quiet beginning there for Singh.
Gurwinder Singh, a bowler who we haven't seen much this tournament's getting thrown in under the pressure cooker. 3 overs to spare, so expect him that he might bowl this over, and then he'll bowl the final one as well. Quite interesting considering how well the skipper did bowling last time around, that he hasn't inserted himself in, but Austin's gonna just play this one off his pads, but that's a good bit of fielding by the man, a fine leg to make sure it's only a single.
Well, he barely had a second to make that run, but excellent backing up by the non-striker once again. These two are running beautifully between the wickets. Minhas Khan, he was off in a flash, and he could make it towards the danger end without any issues. Scott Austin was ushered through, and there's that important single and rotation of strike.
Yeah, we've got 2 quality athletes out there in Minhas Khan and Austin. Expect them to be flying around the field as well. This one is popped up and goes straight to the man we were just praising, but he puts it down on this occasion, made a bit of a meal out of it, could easily have got to that one and made it a simpler catch.
Well, that was an excellently directed shot ball there, right at the throat. Could do nothing about that one, just shied away from it, got some bat on it, and this really should have been swallowed. He had a lot of time as well to make that one, but just couldn't get there in the end, falling just in front of him. Scott Austin pulls this one away. He's looked excellent against the short ball, but this one's intercepted at the deep square leg boundary. It'll only be a single. Nice piece of fielding there after having seen a few lapses in the field.
Nice bit of fielding, and that's Resham Singh who cuts that one out. We haven't seen him bowl since that first match, so we wonder whether he's still feeling a little bit of that injury he had. Because otherwise, if he was fit, well, this Black Cap side is spoiled with options. We'd have seen him coming in here bowling his fancy variations as Singh runs into bowl his 5th delivery. Minhas Khan strikes this one, gets an inside edge, and it goes past the man again. Will this go for a boundary? It will, and the Black Caps really aren't helping themselves at the end.
Well, Ram Haritwal there once again has been a part of these sorry tales to tell. This one should have been stopped. He dropped one just about a second ago. Tried to put his foot in the way there and just never got there in the end. So this is turning into a run fest here for the Cyprus Mouflons, painting a nice little clear recovery for them. 67 for 3 on the board now.
Yeah, 90 seems very attainable at this stage. It's been a good response by these two. Last over went for 17, and this one will end with 8.
Well, a nice strip post there to finish with a dot ball, but a good partnership bubbling here for the Mouflons, I beg your pardon. At the end of 8 overs, they moved to 67 for the loss of the top 3.
And expect it'd be interesting to see how the skipper goes here. He's got a couple of overs left. Is he gonna go for a bowling change or just stick to his man Wakas Akhtar?
Well, I think he's probably just going to bring himself on. That wouldn't be too bad. He did a brilliant job bowling that last over and defending a paltry set of runs. Loosening up there is the skipper, Brar. He also bowled really good lines and lengths. I think he has a calm and collected head on his shoulders, and that's exactly what the Black Caps will need.
Yeah, the skipper recognizing the Mouflons are getting away a bit, and whenever there's a dire situation, he steps in as he'll start off with a wide.
Well, I think for once that was a harsh call there from the umpire, Arslan Ashraf. I think that one just about passed the batsman inside the tram line and shaped away after him. But it's hard to pick those in real time as Brar runs in again, bowls this one beautifully. I think there was a bit of a change in pace there. He's mastered that shot, has Scott Austin. He'll get another boundary with that one.
Well, that is some shot to master, isn't it? You can master that, and once again the Black Caps just allowing runs to go through these regions, a few too many for their liking. This is becoming quite worrisome for them. They've let a lot of these runs slip through, and they've not had some good fortune either. A lot of edges not going their way, so it's quite frustrating for Brar, who has seen his side do extremely well so far tonight, but not always get what they deserve.
Now Scott Austin once again using his feet, and this one's launched far and deep into the night sky. He timed that one to perfection. That's a big hit there for Scott Austin. The Cyprus Mouflons are on song now.
That's the first 6, and much needed for Scott Austin. Look at this one, just gets a nice launch angle, and this one is deep into the night sky, and it'll just go over for 6. So Austin really leading this late push for the Mouflons.
Well, he certainly is. After that mix-up, he's taken the responsibility, and this one struck away into the offside. The call is for 2, but I think there's only 1 there for the taking. Param Singh cleans up there. It's a nice bit of recovery here for the Mouflons. Scott Austin's off to 35, scoring at well over 150. Minas Khan this time, he launches that one far and deep. That one sailed over our crew there. Incredible hitting here on display. We've been asking for these fireworks throughout this tournament. They've appeared when we've least expected them. And once again, when the Cyprus Mouflons were under tremendous amounts of pressure, they're, well, giving some sort of a reply here.
Well, forget about 90. They could reach 100 at this stage with these two keep going. This one is struck hard, but the fielder won't take it, and that really indicates just what this is turning into. The Black Caps, well, they're starting to falter. They're feeling that pressure.
Well, the pressure can be telling. There were just 12 balls to go in this piece. The Mouflons were scoring just around the 7-run mark. This has been a really expensive over. 19 of it already, and ball to go. Uses his feet once again. He drags this one into the leg side. They're running hard. They're going to come back for a second. The throw is a wild one, and that won't be enough. So incredible batting here out there in the middle.
Incredible batting, but that throw went to the wrong end. Had to go to the bowler. I think that's why there's a few stares to Wakas Akhtar at long on. He'll just raise his hand to apologize to the fielder.
Well, things can change so quickly here in the short form of the game. 1 over ago, the Black Caps were looking good. looking set to restrict this mighty Mouflons lineup to a paltry total. And in that space of 6 balls, they're looking really good to get past that 100-run mark, the Mouflons.
Yeah, the captain from the Mouflons, Mohammed Hussein, just having a word with Minhas Khan. I'm pretty sure he said, just keep slogging the way you are, get as many runs as you can. How have they turned this match around? You've got some real momentum now. If they can close with a final over, well, really feel the Black Caps have begun to unravel, and it's going to be some great momentum heading into the next innings.
Well, looking up to the night sky, I can see the moon's out, and it's high tide here. Good piece of bowling first up in this ultimate over. Some nice amount of bounce there on that one, and beats Minhas Khan, who's been batting brilliantly. He's scoring at over 200 here.
So it's going to be just a 1 over for Waqas Akhtar in this match, taking 7 wickets in the T20 cricket season so far, but it's going to be given to Gurminder Singh, who we just saw drop that big catch of Minhas Khan. How will he bolt him in this second ball? So good response as just 1 run goes off these first 2 balls, so starts off well, and now the inform Austin comes to the other end.
Well, Brar showing faith in his bowler. He went for only 8 runs. One would begin to wonder whether Brar should have brought himself on after Gurvinder Singh finished his quota of 2 overs. Well, to be fair to Brar, his first few deliveries were right where he wanted them to be. Scott Austin got lucky a couple of times, but then launched some bad balls deep into that night sky.
This is a nice fuller one. Gurminder Singh bowling really well so far this over, and this is just the comeback the Black Caps would have wanted.
Just the comeback indeed. They'll still be keen on restricting the Mouflons to well under the 100-run mark. If they can keep them down to the 95-run mark, perhaps with 3 balls to spare, they'll be pleased with themselves. Scott Austin, though, looking good here and looking hungry. Well, who'd have thought he'll bring that reverse sweep back? He brings it out and he'll run back for the second. The throw is a good one to the bowler, so there'll only be 2 there.
Yeah, we've seen him show off his innovative cricketing shots. We saw him from a similar place play a little Joss Butler-esque shot and just flick one over to fine leg for 6. I think if he'd opened that one out there, he would have definitely had a 6, because there's no protection in that region, but nonetheless, he'll get a couple of runs.
He'll try and hold his shape, Will Scott Austin. When he walks down the track, belts this one straight down the ground, but 1 bounce and straight to the fielder at long on. Just a single.
Very well done by Waqas Akhtar. That was hit hard, but took it all the way at chest height and made sure it didn't go for 4. So right at the end, the Black Caps wrestling some control back, and at one stage it looked like the Mouflons would have maybe even reached 100 when we were looking at the last over, but it got some control back, the Black Caps. Just 4 runs of this over so far, and will they close strongly? As we watch the last delivery of this innings, Minhas Khan walks across the stumps. The keeper looks at that one, and what's the umpire's decision going to be?
Well, that's definitely going to be a wide. That was angling way down the leg side, so just what the Black Caps did not want here in that ultimate delivery of this innings. So another opportunity here for Scott Austin, who probably thought his job was done and dusted at the non-striker's end. They've been gifted another opportunity to clear the ropes here.
What a fantastic innings by him, 40 of 24. He's really made himself a name for himself in this match, and it's a fantastic showcase in front of all our ECN viewers. This one, he's going to drag this one to mid-wicket. No question they're going to come back for 2, and with these 2 athletes, they'll make it very easily. Will they even push for a 3rd? They will, but I'm not sure he's made it, and the umpire, has he given him out?
Well, it looks like he's given him out, but a valiant attempt there from Minhas Khan. There were only 2 there on offer, but these athletes, you've been talking about how quick they are between the wickets. Excellent bit of running there from Minhas Khan. He just went for it. A valiant dive in the end, but I think he just couldn't make his ground. But a brilliant show and a brilliant recovery here from the Cyprus Mouflons.
The fact that that was so close just is a real credit to them. 3 runs were never on offer there, but they were just a few inches away from getting it. Great close to the innings for the Mouflons despite that final over. At one stage they were really wobbling, sitting at 6 overs, and it barely made 30 odd runs.
And what a partnership this has been between these 2. Excellent bit of cricket here as we take a look at how things started off. It was a brilliant start there off the bat of Mehran Khan, but he just failed to get going after that. The early wickets spelled doom for this Mouflon side. Catching was good. They held on to those opportunities early in the piece. As we see that this one was driven quite nicely through the offside. But then there was a bit of sloppy fielding to go with their good catching.
Having another look at this one. This was popped right up in the air. And this was a nice little assist catch. Ataullah assisted by Parminder Singh, who didn't have the best night in the field. Had a couple of misfield and dropped one. And then have a look at this moment. This was quite comical. Scott Austin runs to the other end. Zishan Sarar was convinced he wouldn't be the one who would be sent back to the dugout, but it was him in the end, and I'm pretty sure the Mouflons will be glad that Austin was out there. He looked gorgeous, and he's so good playing those short deliveries.
Well, he is. He was on at that one in a flash, wasn't he? He also used his feet quite often with regularity, danced down the ground. He'll consider himself to be very lucky. He got that inside edge on a couple of occasions that Scott Austin, bringing that French cut into play, but the fielders here for the Black Caps faltered too many times.
Look at this shot. That was how Minhas Khan introduced himself. Hit his first boundary that way. We take back some of these highlights. They rode their luck a bit, the Mouflons, and you often mention the French cuts they played. Well, this one though was nothing French about that one. That was a brilliantly struck stroke by Austin as he, at one of his 5 boundaries on this occasion, drills it, absolutely drills it. And well, we look back at Qasim Umar, made that awful misfield, and then Minhas Khan. This was such a well-directed bouncer right at his throat, and unfortunately failed to gobble it up on that occasion.
Well, one would have to think what could have happened if they gobbled up some of these opportunities. The Black Caps there faltering in the field way too often, and that meant Scott Austin and Minhas Khan could stitch together a brilliant partnership of 75 runs that only got broken right there at the end because they were trying to steal another single there off that last ball. Scott Austin though was excellent with the bat, 5/4 for him and a mighty 6, as he was ably supported by Minhas Khan at the other end, who also managed to clear the ropes once and reach the boundary on 4 occasions. This was that last ball where they tried to make that 2 or 3. Nearly got there to Minhas Khan, with the keeper doing just enough and just on time to catch him short of his ground. So wonderful recovery here by the Mouflons, and they, well, pose a really steep target here considering how the chases have gone so far in this tournament. 97 needed for the Black Caps to register a 3rd win on the trot.
As we'll have a look at some of the statistics from this game. Like brought up to very shortly, we look at that batting card. Awful start for the Cyprus Mouflons. They were 21 for 3 at the 4-over mark, really faltering, struggling, failing to put anything on the board. But then that huge 73-run partnership by Scott Austin and Minhas Khan to round out the latter stage of the innings, carrying these Mouflons a total of 95, which they'll really feel they'll have a great chance of defending when we have a look at all their quality seamers to come later.
Well, the control in the bowling in general has been good here from the Black Caps bowlers in terms of giving away extras. We've noticed big extras being given away by some of the other teams, but when they did falter in their line and length, they were put away. So we see that they went for a few, especially here towards the fag end of this innings. Qasim Anwar, though, alongside Parminder Singh, were exceptional with the ball at the top. Anwar probably the pick of the bowlers with 2 for 11, ably supported by Singh, who only went for 10 runs, as was Gurvinder Singh. Both the Singhs putting up a good show for their team. He only went for 14 off his 2 to Gurvinder Singh, but the skipper was expensive after an early let-off. Scott Austin made mighty use of that opportunity, went on to a big 41 of 25 balls. So the Black Caps need, I beg your pardon, need 96 runs in 60 balls, and they need to score at nearly 10 and over.
That should be quite an interesting chase, and of course that chase will be coming up to you very shortly as the Mouflons are just warming up right in front of us. Join us shortly.
Welcome back here to the Ipsonas cricket ground in Limassol, Cyprus. This is match 15 where the Black Caps are taking on the Cyprus Mouflons. The Cyprus Mouflons won the toss and elected to bat. They got off to a shabby start there, losing their top three within the first 4 overs. But boy, there was some recovery thanks to Scott Austin and Minas Khan, who stitched together an excellent partnership, piling together nearly 75 runs, and that was some rescuing act from both of them. They finally managed to get to 94, losing only the 4th wicket in the final delivery while they were trying to steal the 3rd run. So the Black Caps here have a lot to do in front of them. It won't be easy. The conditions are extremely windy here, and look what the wind has brought into the comm box. Welcome back, Nishi.
Thank you for bringing me in here as we look at Wakar Ali and Ataullah having a word with each other. If these two compete later on, we see Wakar Ali bowling to Ataullah. That's going to be a fantastic contest. So we've got this big opening partnership for the Black Caps. These two are instrumental to leading this side. And then you've got a Mouflons team who've got exceptional opening bowling with Murtaza Yamin. So we're going to see a very high quality contest to start off the second innings. 2 quality batsmen going up against internationally shortlisted bowler.
Well, this one's definitely promising to be a belter of a game. The skipper of the Mouflons there, shepherding his troops, Mohammad Hussain. He's been instrumental in a lot of the cricket thriving here in the country of Cyprus. He's got a job on his hands today. They've lost their last couple of games, the Mouflons, and they've come back strongly in the first half of this piece rather. It was fast as well towards the end, wasn't it? Scott Austin and Minas Khan running at the rate of knots between those wickets.
It certainly was. Those two were excellent athletes, and don't be surprised to see the two of them flying out on the field as Zishan Sarwar has the gloves. And well, that ball, almost like a ping pong, it just bounces off Waqas Akhtar's bat, and he's off to a flyer.
Well, Murtaza Yaman there has been really good with the ball in hand. He dragged that one shot first up, and he timed that one to perfection, didn't he? Waqas Akhtar there, much like the earlier innings when the Mouflons were batting, the very first ball disappears to a boundary.
Yeah, that was a check swing, as still works out for Waqas Akhtar because he just timed it so sweetly, and immediately you see Waqas Akhtar, who made 27 runs in both of his last 2 matches, come out strong as he times this one well as well. This could be a big chase for the skipper, Mohammad Hussain. Is he going to make it? Just about, but
well, really
gets a 2nd run, and there was a chance for a 3rd.
Yeah, poor running here from the batters in the middle. If it was Scott Austin and Minas Khan there, there's no doubt they would have gotten back for that 3rd one.
Yeah, I think Akhtar can sometimes be a bit guilty of casual running, even though he himself is a brilliant athlete. Doesn't exploit his running ability to its fullest.
Well, they're off to a good start of the Black Caps. They'll want to keep this up. They're off to 6 of these first 2 deliveries. They have to make use of the power play. There's a lot of shepherding around. They want to get the field spot on here to the Mouflons. There's not a lot of room for errors here. If the Black Caps can get off to a really good start in the power play, they can make good use of that momentum. Scott Austin is brought back within the 30-yard circle. They're sending a man back into the leg side. And nicely bowled there by Murtaza Yamin. That steep bounce again on display.
That's what we expect to see from Yamin. He's finally found his line and length, and from a Mouflon's point of view, you'll hope that he can keep bowling right there. And yes, you're right to point out that fielding change. I think that was in response to Waqas Akhtar's last couple of shots, as this one is sweetly struck. Doesn't matter where you place the fielders, that's gone for the first 6 of the innings.
Well, we do know that Murtaza Yamin has been nursing an injury. I wonder whether that's coming into play here. He's been struggling a little bit with his pace, I believe. This one was right in the slot, and Waqas Akhtar does not need another invitation. Throws his hands at it and times it to perfection. So they're off to an incredible start of the Black Caps.
Yeah, certainly must be that little injury he's carrying, because otherwise Murtaza Yamin has been terrorizing opening batsman so far, but Waqas Akhtar playing him with real confidence and fearlessness, already off to 12 off 4. Here's a look at the 5th delivery.
Well, a slower ball, I think he just pulled his pace back a little bit there and he held the seam upright, got a little bit of movement off the seam on that occasion. That's the line you want to bowl. Waqas Akhtar likes the ball coming straight at him. So welcome dot ball there for the Mouflons.
Yeah, these are very challenging conditions. Of course, we mentioned that, how strong the wind is, and that goes straight to Minhas Khan, who fields it excellently, but still a fantastic over for the Black Caps. Brilliant start as they make 12 runs to start off, so they're off to a flyer.
Well, Waqas Akhtar's timing the ball beautifully. It's looking very dangerous there for the Mouflons. I think the longer these two bat together, the more dangerous it's going to get for the Mouflons. The power play is so very important. And the Mouflons are now turning to Waqar Ali. He's also one of their more experienced men out there.
So this is an interesting tactical change so far this tournament. We haven't seen Waqar Ali feature until the latter half of the innings. He's normally spared for the end, where he's just breaks that middle order. But this time they brought him straight from the get-go. I think that's recognizing the fact that both Akhtar and Ataullah are the two main men for this Black Caps team. They're a very top-heavy side, so if you get early breakthroughs, you're in business.
Yeah, definitely. I think Mohammad Hussain there, the skipper of the Mouflons, alert to the fact that this power play is really important. Waqar Ali now coming around the wicket to Ataullah. This one's wide outside of off stump with an offer. And Ataullah has been an excellent piece of form. One bounce and that one flew into the boundary ropes. The Black Caps are doing things nicely here. There's a lot of width and offer. That ball had "hit me" written all over it. And Ataullah obliged there, hitting into the wind. He'll get 4 more for that one.
Yeah, on this occasion it was right in the slot, and all he had to do was free his hands. We've seen with Ataullah, you want to ball close to his pads, just cut off that space to him, but that's exactly where Ataullah wants it. So a couple of quality pacers for the Mouflons, struggling to start off, as this will go to point as Lakhwinder Singh will have a few challenges fielding that one.
Well, once again, these batters in the middle are not alert to what's happening in the field. I think there was another opportunity to perhaps put pressure on the fielder. It wasn't a clean pickup, but Ataullah wasn't looking at the ball. He was happy to keep that down to that single he converted already. Akhtar on strike now, and he's been looking really, really good so far.
Yeah, Waqas Akhtar off to a belter, 12 off the first 6 balls he's faced. Let's see how he faces against Waqar Ali. This one's a slower delivery, but he gets a hold of that. Will it go all the way for 4? It's going to be a tough chase for Lakhwinder Singh, and it's going to be a chase in vain as Waqas Akhtar got 16 runs.
Well, Waqas Akhtar has been timing the ball to perfection once again over here. It's what we've been talking about throughout this tournament. A still head waiting for the ball to get to him, and helps that one about the square leg fielder. So 4 more. The Black Caps are on fire here. Waqar Ali runs in once again. This one shorter and outside of off stump. Well, Waqas Akhtar is lighting this ground on fire. It was a tall and daunting target when they came up here to bat, and they've already gotten 25 off those in a very quick flash. This one once again short and wide. Waqar Ali, this hasn't been his evening so far.
Well, if these two keep going at this rate, then it's going to be a very short match. We know these two are very, very destructive, and I think Ataullah is going to be watching from the other end and saying, well, I want to join into the fun as well. Waqar Ali and Murtaza Yamin both under a lot of pressure, as that one's a good response by Ali, just showing his experience over there.
Yeah, cramping him there for room. Akhtar has been absolutely dismissing everything that has been in his range. Well, he says never say never, looking up at that target of 96, because limits, like fears, are often illusions. The great words of Michael Jordan. This one has some width and offer again, but unable to find the gap in the offside. Wakas out there on that occasion. That'll bring us to the end of the second over as the Black Caps move on to 25 without the loss of a wicket.
Belter of a start, 25 in a couple of overs. This isn't the largest target in the world, and they've already put the Mouflons under a lot of pressure, so Captain Mohammed Hussein has tons of thinking to do. I wonder if he's going to go for a bowling change here, because we've often seen him bowl out Yamin early, but the first time Yamin's gone for quite a few runs in his first over, so he's got a lot of thinking to do here.
Yeah, his turn to Gurdeep Sharma here in search of the first wicket here at the Mouflons. The Black Caps have brought that asking rate down to the sub 9 mark. They only need a score at 8.87 now. So the occasional boundary every over should get the job done for them. They'll be looking to capitalize in this last over of the power play. Done incredibly well setting up a couple of skyscrapers in these first two.
Well, this is the first time we're watching Gurdeep Sharma bowl since last August in the T10 tournament. Remember how dramatic a final over he bowled to Rian, and Ataullah was a part of that side as he's going to free his hands on this occasion, but he'll just pop out of the keeper's glove as this time Ataullah, I think, very wisely sends Wakas Akhtar back.
Yeah, that was a good call there. As we see this wicketkeeper Zishan Sarwar standing up. He doesn't want Ataullah to leave his crease and use his feet. That's one way to make sure that the batter stays inside the crease. Good start here for Sharma as he runs in again. This one's a full toss and that'll be dispatched through the offside. That's running away to a boundary. Ataullah is off to a good start once again.
Ataullah was just watching Wakas Akhtar from the other end, licking his lips, thinking there's no way I'm not going to be a part of this action. That is the worst possible place to bowl. He's so strong on the offside. All he has to do is just place it over that fielder at point, and he's got his second boundary already.
Well, the Black Caps, what a show they're putting on. Sharma runs in again. This one's shot and wide. Another boundary for Ataullah here. One after the other, they keep delivering. Once again, a poor piece of bowling. Sharma here offering a lot of width off stump. We know Ataullah likes it there.
Yeah, Sharma under a lot of pressure. They're already a third of the way there, and we're midway through the third over. They're making really quick work of this. And if these two keep going at this rate, then, well, we're going to have a very long break between the two matches.
Well, they have a good shot at scoring the highest number of runs within the power play so far in this tournament. Sharma once again with an offer. This one's way too wide outside of off stump. They'll scamper across for a single and it will be called wide, so that'll be 2 wides. He'll have to go back and do it again, Will Sharma.
Yeah, they need a wicket. That's all they need. They need one very quickly. Otherwise, if these two are still there in a couple of overs' time, it's game over.
Well, we certainly have seen games swing one way and then another, so you can never say never. But Sharma here, he'll have to pull things back. Akhtar's on song too. Struck away into the offside. They have a sweeper there. We'll keep it down to a single. Scott Austin there. And some footwork here from the keeper, Zishan.
Yeah, I wonder who they'll look to now, because got a few other options. If you look at this, they could go for maybe Mehran Khan to bowl a bit of part-time spin, because looking at these struggles of their seamers, you wonder if this wind is just knocking them off balance. They're not able to bowl how they usually do. As once again, Ataullah given room to free his hands, but Murtaza Yamin with a bit of footwork to prevent that from going to a boundary. I think Ullah will be a bit disappointed he didn't manage to time that better.
Yes, once again, they're bowling to his strengths, the Mouflons. Ataullah loves the ball there. Fails to time that one on that occasion, but he'll still get a single. And the red hot Wakas Akhtar is on strike.
I think just looking at these Mouflons start, I think you got to give a lot of credit to that Black Caps bowling effort first time out. They had an all-seamer attack and they came out and bowled pretty well. Clearly the wind, whatever it is affecting the Mouflons. This one goes deep into the night sky. Good luck fetching that. Well, it'll take a bounce though, and it'll go for 4.
Well, they're doing it like it's a piece of cake here, are the Black Caps. They've put the power play to extremely good use. notching 41 runs off those 18 legal deliveries. Excellent batting here from Waqas Akhtar. Once again, he waits for the ball to come to him, leans onto that back leg, and he swings away to another boundary. He's off to 25 of the 12 balls he's faced so far. Incredible scenes here. The Mouflons, once again, after having batted well, are under a lot of pressure here, and the skipper's turning back to his experienced man in Waqar Ali.
This is going to be a big challenge for Waqar Ali. He's not had to bowl in situations like this so far, but he has plenty of experience bowling in big games. I think Waqar Ali's just tossed the ball, so...
Well, it's not going to be Waqar to Waqas then. A change of mind, change of heart. As it turns out, there was a no ball perhaps. A free hit called here. So, well, the Mouflons struggling here. It's going from bad to worse for them. Sharma's gonna have to do that one again, and this one's fuller. Fails to get enough bat on it, just a bit of inside edge on that one. And Waqas Akhtar will scamper across for a single. So the going's getting hard here for the Mouflons as the Black Caps move on to 43.
Yeah, completely contrasting starts. We saw how the Mouflons just failed to get off the mark. They were almost around 21 for 3 in about 3.4 overs. So look at this start in comparison. It's complete opposite. They're really struggling, and all they need from here on out are 53 runs. So they've made some serious progress in these first 3 overs. It's going to be a huge challenge as we take a look and compare those 2 power play overs. A completely different tale if you look at them.
Well, they've kept getting better throughout this piece, haven't they? Guys, they got 12 of the first over, got a few more of the next one, and many more of the third. That's by far the most expensive power play so far in this tournament. 43 runs leaked here by the Mouflons, and only 53 more to get at less than 8 and over from here. Black Caps are well in the driver's seat as Waqar Ali runs in. That's an important dot ball here. He'll be looking to bowl a nice and tight over, pull things back a little bit in this little battle between Waqar and Waqas. Who's gonna come up trumps?
This is a nice fuller ball, and Waqas Akhtar will get to the other end with a single. So for the first time we see a little quiet start to an over, just 1 run off the first couple of balls. We're seeing Gursevic Singh flick that ball about. It's interesting that we haven't seen him get the ball, but surely he'll have to play a part in this innings at some point.
Well, we're very happy that we're joined by a lot of our regular viewers around the globe. It's good to see Gordon Tansey waking up early or staying up late once again. As Waqar Ali runs in, well, he finally gets it right against Ataullah. We've spoken about how Ataullah struggles sometimes against the ball that bites back into him. That's where Waqar Ali will want to be. Any with an offer, and you can bet your bottom dollar that Ataullah will spank that down the ground or into the bleachers. Once again, he bowls that one that bites back into Ataullah. He can only hit that one down the ground for a single.
Yeah, that's exactly where Gurdeep Sharma should have been in the previous over to Ataullah, but Waqar Ali getting it right on this occasion. I think the strategy bowling to Ullah is very similar to what we see sides bowl to the Sri Lankan Lions, Mangala Gunasekara. Very similar players, both of them big hitting left-handers, and sides are using similar strategies to them as Waqas Akhtar just cut this, but straight to the fielder Minhas Khan, who's such a brilliant athlete. No wonder skippers put him at point.
Yeah, Waqas Akhtar has been extremely dismissive of anything that was shot and wide outside of off so far on that occasion. Finding that sharp man in the field. Waqar to Waqas once again, nicely played into the offside. Rotates the strike there. So important to keep rotating the strike. Both these batters in the middle are getting a fair share of it. Tidy over there from Waqar Ali against the run of play.
Desperately needed that one, the Mouflons. As we take a look at the action that'll come to you tomorrow night, well, the Nicosia Tigers just had a very exciting derby day yesterday against their rivals, the Fighters, but now tomorrow they'll face MDocs, who look really good. They lost their first couple of games, but they still gave an excellent fight to the Mouflons. They're very spirited and feisty underdog side, and they made a lot of improvement this season. Make sure to join us for that action tomorrow at 4 o'clock GMT, 6 o'clock Central European Time, and 9:30 IST, as the skipper will introduce Lakhwinder Singh into the attack for the first time. We've seen sides often target him in these tournaments, but he's been very smart and has used that well and has often picked up wickets. But on this occasion, the Black Caps have made no exception. They've targeted everyone.
Well, once again, Waqas Akhtar placed this one aerially behind square on the leg side. Good piece of fielding there. Restricted to just a single. But Waqas Akhtar once again keeps that scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, all they need from here on out is less than 8.5, so no reason to go hard at it. But these two, I've often seen them, they're never interested in playing slowly. They always want to go hard, look to hit every ball as far as they can, so their mindset is very much to look for boundaries on every occasion. As we'll see a slight fielding change here for Ataullah. Waqar Ali, who is at mid-wicket, will be sent to deep mid-wicket as Lakhwinder Singh runs in for his second delivery. That one darts back into Ataullah, and once again, it's exactly what you were talking about, ball close to his body, and he struggles.
Yes, once again there, Ataullah just able to hit that into the offside for a single. Lakhwinder Singh's off to a good start with the ball. It's true that these Black Caps only need to score at around the 8.5 run mark, but a couple of tidy overs can shoot that required run rate up about the 10 run mark. We've seen teams struggle to keep up with that in the second half, but once again an excellent piece of timing here from Waqas Akhtar. But now that the power play is done and dusted, you can station your men back on the boundary. That'll be only a single.
Yeah, you certainly can. I mean, the captain has put himself at deep square leg, Mohammed Hussain, and now he's going to make another little change here as once again, yeah, Waqar Ali just going back to that deep mid-wicket position. He's put Minhas Khan at cover, so he wants his most athletic fielder there in case Ola looks to free his hands. But once again, Lakhwinder Singh, he's got his line spot on to Ataullah.
Yes, that love story of the ball that bites back into Ataullah, and a struggle to put that away continues. But give him width and give him room, he'll punish you, will Ataullah. Once again, this one was short, and he was able to sit back and launch that one straight over the bowler's head. Fails to get it right on that occasion, Lakhwinder Singh, and he punishes him.
Yeah, just dragged it way too short on that occasion, Lakhwinder Singh, and Ataullah, real powerhouse, clubs him, as this time this one will go popped into the night sky. Minhas Khan runs all the way across the backward point to try to catch that, but Ola can take a sigh of relief knowing he's still there, as he just miscued on that occasion.
Well, I wonder if they could have gotten that one. That would have been an important one to snaffle. The Black Caps haven't lost a wicket yet. Midway through that innings, they're sitting pretty on 56 without the loss of a wicket. They only need to score at 8 and over here. 40 runs needed in the last 30 balls, and an excellent chart here for the Black Caps to read. 30 runs for Waqas Akhtar in quick flash. He's only faced 19 balls, and his partner Ataullah has gotten 23 of the 12 he's eaten.
And it shows you that how good the runs they made off the bat are, because all they've had are 3 runs and extra. This has really just been brilliant batsmanship. They've really not let any Mouflon's mistake go unpunished, and they've been right on top of them from the get-go. Aggressive batting to start off.
Well, when the Mouflons were batting within the power play, it looked like they were batting on a minefield. This one's launched behind him once again. It'll go far and deep. Excellent piece of work to try and keep that one in. He got both his hands to it. Could he have hung on? Well, for a second there, that looked like it was going to go way above him.
Well, that's Gursevic Singh there, and I think they don't have a better man stationed it long on. If Gursevic Singh struggles to catch it, then you know that's a difficult catch. He's a man with hands like buckets, and in the end, he's done exceptionally well to make sure it doesn't go for a 6.
Once again, these two, a poor bit of running, only a single there. This one had some width on offer, but only managed to put it away for a single. Waqas Akhtar.
Yeah, they're very disappointing with these two are because they hit such pretty shots. They often just stay there to admire them, just trotting along, and really they never have to pay for it because they're such beautiful power hitters.
Well, they are, but we've seen sides fall apart in quick fashion. These two should really see it through from here. Well, Ataullah will keep going for it. Walks down the track and drags this one into the leg side. A bit of an inside edge on that one. Murtaza Yamin, after having gone for a few runs in his first over, is dragging things back ever so slightly here. 37 needed for the Black Caps of the last 27 balls.
They're getting ready to face this one. This one a bit streaky, but he'll still get a boundary, and when it rains, it pours. It gets much worse for the Cyprus Mouflons as Murtaza Yamin going over a boundary. Failed to get hold of that one, Waqas Akhtar, but still got the 4.
Well, he'll take the money. He's running up here. Waqas Akhtar is racing towards that half century. It's a bit of a contest between him and Ataullah. They're both scoring at a really good strike rate. Yamin runs in once again, and well, this under edge is well pouched by the keeper behind the wickets. I wonder if he could have gotten his man had he struck the stumps down. Let's take another look at this one. As Yasmin runs back. Just about back in time there. This delivery is clubbed into the leg side. Well fielded by the skipper, Mohammad Hussain there.
Yeah, skipper leading from the front. He's got to give his side an example, but this is desperate times for the Cyprus Mouflons. They've got to find a way to pull something out. They need to go bang bang, get a couple of wickets, and try to force the issue here, because at this rate, well, this match will be over very soon.
Well, at this point in time, I guess it's been a case of what ifs for the Mouflons. What if they had stuck to their plans and stuck to their guns with the ball in hand? What if they had bowled those balls that bite back into Ataullah? What if they did not give Waqas Akhtar a lot of width at the start of his innings? But there's no room for what ifs here in cricket.
I think you've just got to take your hat off to two quality batsmen. When these two get going, forget 90 to 120 is a tough target to defend, as Lakwinder Singh comes back in. He's been a rare sort of, I guess, ray of light. He bowled slightly better than some of his teammates, gave up, well, should I say just 10 runs in his first over?
Well, it certainly looks that way, doesn't it? They need to only score it slightly over the 8 run and over mark. Nicely helped into the leg side once again by Waqas Akhtar. Well, this is an easy 2 on offer, but there's a bit of hesitancy about their running. They haven't been very fluent between the wickets. You don't need to be when you're scoring so many boundaries and with so much ease.
Yeah, they don't really run the first run hard, almost just jog along, watch the ball, have a very casual look to see if it's a second, but they've just got so much confidence in their ability to clear the boundary. This one will be worked away, and Ullah will trot to the striker's end.
It's been a difficult man to put away, Lakwinder Singh, keeping things nice and tidy here, bowling wicket to wicket. They've gotten 10 boundaries between them, these two. Waqas Akhtar, 5 4s and a 6 to his name, and Ataullah standing up tall once again, 3 4s and a 6 to his. Lakwinder Singh runs in here, pulls this one a little short and outside of off stump. There's a catch on the offering, it will be held on to. Excellent catch there by Murtaza Yamin, running in to the left hand side and manages to cling on to that one. Is that one a little too late?
Very well taken by Yamin, and you do get that feeling that maybe this could be too little too late. But we've seen stranger things, as you so often say. This one was skied when Yamin did a good job to take that one. Didn't have the night he would have hoped for with the ball, but takes a good catch to help his side out. And Ataullah had a very fine innings, made 25 runs of 15 deliveries. So often accustomed to him just batting so fluently, and we saw some of that today.
Yeah, Pawandeep here joining Waqas Akhtar out there in the middle. We've seen how teams have struggled to keep up the momentum with which the opening batters put them off onto a good start. Will this be another instance of that? We'll have to wait and see. Pawandeep will have to keep going over here because a couple of tidy overs can just put the pressure right back on the Black Caps.
Certainly can, and Pawandeep didn't have the wicket-keeping duties today, so you wonder if just having that little less burden on his shoulders will aid his batting. Let's see how he fares.
When they're saying important breakthrough for him, brimming with confidence, bowls this one once again straight at the batter. Just nudged that one into the leg side for a single. So excellent second over already here from Lakhwinder Singh with a ball to go.
Brilliant over. He's had a good comeback and he's really given his side some hope. He's been a real standout for the Cyprus Mouflons in this match, and now he's going to have to close out well in this last delivery. He's bowling to the dangerous Waqas Akhtar.
Yeah, he drove us home yesterday. He was belting some excellent Punjabi numbers. We'll be looking forward to ending this evening on a high.
He's got a brilliant pickup truck, a great taste in music, and a brilliant amplifier, and he's got bass boost on as Waqas Akhtar, recognizing what a good over this has been, as well as the situation, takes a single, and we're into the death overs. 3 to go from here.
Well, 27 runs needed of the last 18. They need a score at 9 and over. So they need a few boundaries here. They can't do it with 1s and 2s. Things are going to get really interesting, as they so often have in this T10 tournament here at the Limassol Cyprus cricket ground in Ipsonas.
So are they going to go back to Gurdeep Sharma? Well, Gurdeep Sharma had an absolute horror show of a first over, went for 18 runs, and he's going to get a second one. So interesting decision here. He's got a number of options though. We can go for spin with Mehran Khan. He's got Gursevik Singh as well, but showing some faith in Gurdeep Sharma on this occasion.
Well, it's going to get tricky here for the Mouflons. Only the 4 options used so far, and by the end of this over, they'll only be left with men who haven't been bowled in the piece. It's going to be interesting to see who'll bowl the last 2, but for now, this one has been notched into the offside. It'll only be a single as Waqar Ali races in and hurls that one back into the keeper, Zishan.
Are we seeing a little bit of a situation recognition by Waqas Akhtar since Ataullah has gone? We've noticed him play, get a couple of smart singles. I think he's just realized that I need to stay there and guide this innings and make sure that I'm there at the end. As Pawandeep gets ready to face his second delivery, he'll just knock this one away to mid-wicket. Is there a chance to push for a second? Surely they will. This one has gone to Lakhwinder Singh. It's a decent throw, but it pops right through Zishan Sarwar's gloves, and they'll make back for a second. There's a couple of double teapots now out there for the Cyprus Mouflons, as their that frustration is starting to get to them.
Well, as the old adage goes, responsibility is accepting that you were the cause and the solution of the matter. Waqas Akhtar has so far proven to be a big part of the solution in chasing this target down. That one's beautifully bowled by Sharma. Shapes that one away from the new batter there, Pawandeep. Does he look to get some bat on that one?
Yeah, so this is a good response by Gurdeep Sharma, but I think you're starting to see that the Black Caps are just recognizing the situation a bit, trying to play smart cricket. They don't want to repeat what they saw from the Cyprus Eagles a few nights ago, where they were in a similar position and failed to close it out. That's a nice throw by Minhas Khan. He's an athlete, so whenever he's running to the ball, you're always thinking twice about your run.
Well, we're loving all the live chatter here as well. People are enjoying this nail-biting game. Don't you worry, Niju. We're keeping an eye on you. We love following all of you chiming in. Well, this one's shot, but fails to get some bat on that. Waqas Akhtar, he's usually been dismissive of those bowls that had width and offer. On that occasion, another play and a miss. So just as we were saying, Nishi, with a few tidy overs, things can get a little tricky here, and that required run rate has shot up about the 10-run mark for the first time in this innings.
Just sensing that little bit of pressure after Ataullah got out. This time it's going to be another single, so it's a quiet over and just what the Mouflons would have wanted. So it was a great decision to just keep that faith with Gurdeep Sharma and allow him to come back for the second over after he went for a few in the first, and it's a 5-run over. Really good stuff, and these last couple of overs, 10 runs, 1 wicket. just what the Mouflons would have wanted. As we take a look at the fantasy dashboard, well, no surprise, we're seeing the all-round talent Waqas Akhtar right up there with 325 points, followed closely by his teammate Qasim Anwar, who's so handy with bat and ball in hand, but mainly ball. We've seen him bowl some absolute belter of a spell, and then rounding it off in third place is Waqar Ali. He's been so good. He's been taking so many wickets and really breaking the back of sides in the middle overs.
Well, can this be the night that Scott Austin writes his name across the skies? He's been handed the ball now. He did a brilliant job with the bat. He was the reason why they could pose a target of 95, 96, I beg your pardon, the Mouflons. Now they've got 22 runs to defend in the last two. Waqas Akhtar clubs this one down the ground. They have quite a few fielders there running there and manning the ground. Only a single is an extremely interesting field set here, Nishi. They've got a man at long off, they've got a man at long on, and there's a man very close to the man at long on. So cow corner has been brought in very fine as well.
Yeah, they're clearly wary of all these straight hits, and well, Pavandeep is gonna have quite a challenge. We haven't seen Scott Austin bowl in a very long time. He was almost stayed away from bowling, because on that occasion he gets it badly wrong.
Puts a hand up immediately, an apology, alert to what he's done there. Well, I'm afraid we were all caught up in the action. Missed your question there, Keanu, but I'm happy that you found the answer to that one as well. As adept as always, Keanu Nolan there. Scott Austin, he's got a job to do here.
Austin charging in for the second delivery, as this is a wider one as well. And it'll force Ahmed Arslan to stretch his arms. As not quite the start Scott Austin would have wanted.
Well, this one's certainly going to live up to the expectation of going down to the wire. It looks like this will be another last ball finish. 20 more runs needed for the Black Caps. Or well, 19. And that one is a free hit. He's bowled that one onto the pads. It's been clipped into the leg side. A misfield in the deep. They should come back for the second safely, and they will.
Yeah, that was not the best bit of work by Mehran Khan. He's a very experienced player and normally a safe pair of hands. That's why they have him out on the boundary, but just fumbled it, and that allowed them that moment to just get across for a second. But in the end, 2 runs on the free hit. I think the Mouflons will feel they've gone unpunished, but 17 off 10 needed here, so high drama once again, when at one stage we thought the Black Caps will close it out with ease. Austin bowls another wide, and he's just got to get his radar right.
Well, he's struggling here as Austin, after having bowled a couple of decent deliveries. He's not finding his radar here. So the good work he did with the bat might just be undone here if he fails to do the good job in the last 4 balls. 16 more needed. It's neck and neck here, anybody's game. You must say the momentum is with the batting side. They've got 9 wickets in the hut. Wickets are not an issue. The runs are, they need to get 16. Scott Austin running in from around the wicket.
Change of angle, and this one will take an edge. Will it go for a boundary? No, it won't. That stopped and cut out well, but they'll come back for 2 runs, and the Black Caps will happily take those, because 2 runs every ball here on out will take them home.
Well, it looks like both these batters out there have some glue stuck to their shoes. They're just ambling between the wickets. No urgency whatsoever. Someone's got to get a message out, ask them to race through. There's a play and a miss outside of off stump. Scott Austin finally getting one right.
Really needed that dot ball. The Mouflons last few balls had gone for a few runs. They got 8 runs off the first 3 balls, and now Austin's got a couple of balls. He's got to close this out well.
Well, all of you out there joining us from around the globe, let me know whether you're enjoying all of this action as Scott Austin runs in. Was there an edge on that one? No, I thought I heard something there, but no appeal from the keeper or the bowler on that occasion. They'll be happy with that dot ball.
Happy with that dot ball, and back-to-back dot balls, and the pressure builds as you just see the Mouflon skipper coming onto the right of your screen, encouraging his men. Well, he's got 1 ball left in this penultimate over. What will Austin do? Running in as this is hit down the wicket, and it'll be a dot ball, so 3 dot balls to end. Brilliant over by Austin, and those Black Caps will be thinking, by God, it's Austin.
Well, he didn't take that single there, Waqas Akhtar, at the non-striker's end. He wants to take all of that responsibility. Well, every setback is a setup for a comeback. And Waqas Akhtar will be hoping to make yet another comeback. They've been pegged back not once, not twice, but at least 3 or 4 times in this game. Fortunes have ebbed and flowed throughout this piece. At one stage it looked like the Black Caps will have this game done and dusted with a few balls to spare. But this one, as so many games previous to this one, has managed to trickle down into the last over. 14 runs needed, only 6 balls to go. You must say that the Mouflons may just feel like they've bounced back into this game.
This is going to be a big decision who gets the final over. He's got a number of options, but I think he's going to go for Gursevic Singh. So Gursevic Singh, well, you haven't bowled all night, and now you've got to come out and bowl 6 deliveries to win your side of game. Loads of pressure, but if any man is accustomed to it, he is.
Well, I must say Scott Austin did a fine job after having gotten off to a shabby start there. Only went for 8 runs in that penultimate over. That means Gursevic Singh has 14 runs to play with. He's going to bowl from over the wicket to Waqas Akhtar. Let's take a good look at this field here. There's no one on the offside and the deep, so he's got to be straight. He's got cover at the cow corner, long off and long on. There's a deep third man in place. There's also a man at deep square leg, so he's got to bowl this one straight and at Waqas Akhtar. Any width and he'll be punished. Well, he's sending a man back at deep point, so the cow corner has to come in. Yes, he is. He's brought back into the circle. Lots of thought going into this last over from the Mouflons.
Quite a bit of protection behind square as Gursevic Singh runs in for the first ball, and a huge top ball. Gursevic Singh raises his hand in acknowledgement, and tons of cheering around the field. These Mouflons have the Black Caps right where they want them.
Well, a visage of concentration there on Gursevic Singh's face. More changes in the field. They're thinking on their feet are the Mouflons. The skipper is encouraging his bowlers and fielders to stay in the game here. Change in personnel in the field there, and Gursevic Singh bowls this one straight. Is that an opportunity? Falling just short of Murtaza Yamin there at mid-on. They're scampering back for a second run. He makes it back safely.
And an excellent throw by Gurdeep Sharma. That was right on the money. That could easily have been. He had to hold his nerve over there and make sure it doesn't slip through. There's going to be a lot of anxiety and nerves among those fielders, but Gurdeep Sharma got that one spot on. Great bit of work by him. As we've got 4 balls left and 12 runs to get, it's going to have to be Waqas Akhtar. He's the only one who can win it from the Black Caps from here. Gursevic Singh running in. It's taken a top edge, and a nice bit of work by Minhas Khan, who held his nerve. As Pawandeep now, all the pressure in the world on him.
Well, 11 needed of 3 balls here. This one's got to disappear. It'll just be way too much pressure to shoulder if they don't manage to clear the boundary in this ball. 11 needed of 3. Will this be a memorable finish?
You think they might just have they left too many runs for themselves to chase at the end? Will that casual running, some of that lackadaisical behavior just come back to bite them? Well, the Black Caps fans will have their hearts in their mouths as Gursevic Singh charges in for the ball. He reaches out to it, doesn't quite carry to Waqar Ali, but it's just a single. And it's down to Waqas Akhtar. He's got to hit 2 boundaries from here. It's that simple. Needs to go 6 and 4.
Well, it's certainly going to be easier said than done. The cool and calm head of Waqar Ali there at point, keeping that one down to a single and putting his hands up, asking his men to cool down and calmly gather their thoughts as Gursevic Singh runs in here. The all-important penultimate ball is a wide. A nice gather by the keeper behind the wickets there. Zishan Sarwar going down low to his right and pouching that one safely. That's not going to make too much of a difference. He still has to make these balls disappear beyond the ropes. 9 needed of the last 2 balls. Well, things are always living up to expectations here. It's going to go down to the wire.
Is he going to go slower ball? Is he going to go slower ball here? He goes wide again, and he's just made this task a little bit easier for the Black Caps because they don't need a 6 now. 2 4s will do.
Well, 2 4s will do. Gursevak saying he's doing a fine job with the ball, but just losing his radar a little bit there. They're still in it. There's a lot of frenzy out here. Lots of encouragement to the bowler from all the fielders. This one's shot. He won't be able to pull it away. They're going to scamper back for a second. The last ball will have to disappear into the night sky for a 6. What a finish this is going to be. Excellent stuff, Nishi. Every game is living up to it.
These games, just we get one belter after another, and yet again, you called it earlier, partner. You said this was going down to the last ball, and you've got it spot on. Murtaza Yamin just failing to gather it on that occasion, and they managed to scamper back for a second. They need 6 over here. Gursevak saying, can you hold your nerve?
Well, let me say this again. Every setback is a setup to make a comeback. Is there one last comeback left in this game? Waqas Akhtar in 48. Can he get a 50? Can he take his team to victory? No, he cannot. That's an agonizing finish for the batter.
Gursevak seeing you beauty. He's come out here, hasn't bowled it over all match, and bowls the final over to win it for his side. Waqas Akhtar in the end, stranded on 48 runs. He's kicking himself. How have the Black Caps not won this?
Well, one man's victory is another man's sorrow. One man's joy is another man's sorrow. Waqas Akhtar, in stark contrast to all the joy that you can see on your screens, is hanging his head as he makes his walk back to the hut. What a game this has been. What a finish from the Mufflons. What an over from Gursevak Singh.
You kept pointing out that quote that every setback is an opportunity for a comeback, and this has been a match of comebacks. They come back both times in both innings. As we take a look at the highlights of what was yet another belter of a match, they keep coming in Cyprus. As we saw Waqas Akhtar start off with a 4. This was a difficult start for Murtaza Yamin, of course. Normally bowls so well, but you feel he was nursing an injury and just struggling. As we take a look at this belter of an opening partnership, 67-run partnership, and it took them just 6.4 overs to make that.
Well, the Mufflons were off the color early on in this piece. They went for a lot of runs within that power play. 43 runs is what they gave away. Waqas Akhtar was absolutely excellent with the bat at the top, as was Ataullah. He was absolutely dismissing every ball that had width on offer there, Waqas Akhtar. This was an easy full toss, easy pickings for a man of the class of Ataullah. But well, they just failed to struggle. They failed to struggle when the ball was in their puck. They smacked everything out of that. And the Mufflons, it was a while before they could find their strap.
Yeah, in the initial stages, they were really struggling to find their line and length. We take a look at this Gurdeep Sharma over, which went for 19 runs. Kept giving them too much room, too much width. The Mufflons just didn't look themselves. They were completely off color, and the Black Caps were absolutely ruthless. And at this stage, we thought this game would be over in a hurry, as Ataullah demonstrates his power over there. Just whacked this one like a tennis forehand for a 6, right over the straight boundary. And then a little bit of fortune for Waqas Akhtar. And boy, at this stage, we thought this would be a very quick game.
Well, we did think that, didn't we? It was this man, Lukwinder Singh, who struck beautifully in his over. That was such an important breakthrough, and it was at that point that we started thinking whether the Mufflons had it in them to stitch together a few dots and plant that seed of doubt among the Black Caps batting order. They certainly did that. As we take a look at that batting chart, it was Pawandeep who struggled to get away. It was so crucial to get going as soon as you were at the crease while you're chasing a tall score here. Waqas Akhtar was fabulous with the bat, but one has to wonder whether he really needed to slow down at the fall of that wicket. With so many wickets in the shed, well, it begs to question whether or not he had to keep going.
It's not often that you defend a target of 96 by only taking 1 wicket, but I think the Black Caps completely misplayed it at the end, and the Mufflons, well, they'll happily take that one. As we'll take a look at the bowling figures, well, it was a real mixed bag. If you look at that card, there's a few people who went for tons of runs, but most importantly, everyone who bowled in the second half of the innings bowled superbly.
Well, they absolutely did, and I don't know if you viewers caught this one at the end, but that man, Scott Austin, was doing a few cartwheels at the end of that one. As soon as they won, he bowled that excellent penultimate over, only going for 8, despite a very weak start with the ball in hand in that over. He went for a couple of extras, gave away a boundary, but fell back excellently. And now we see the match summary here.
Well, the Cyprus Mufflons got off to an absolute horror start. with the bat in hand. It looked like they would struggle to even get to the 70 or 80 mark, but then Minhas Khan and Scott Austin ended in style, having a 73-run fourth wicket partnership.
Well, a shout out to all of our viewers who've been joining in long and late into the nights. It's Gordon Tanzi again, who's been really active here. It's lovely to have you here, Gordon, and don't go away. We're going to be right back after this one. And a shout out to Madil Hussain and Rafi, who've been quite active here and enjoying all of this action. I'm sure there are a lot of you who've enjoyed every bit of this. Make sure you go grab a bite or a drink and come back, because this one is just not over as yet. The Black Caps might have yet another opportunity to notch another victory as we take a look at the standings.
That was huge, of course, and that will push the Cyprus Mouflons back to third place. They really needed that win, otherwise they'd be sagging in the second half of the bottom half of the table.
Well, the Putty Rock anthem is playing in the background, and LMFAO is going to be one happy band because everything is shuffling out here. The tables are always turning. One side's on top for a second, the other's raging back. That's what's happening here in the Limassol Cyprus cricket ground. Do come back and join us. It's me, Ujjwal Gaduraju, signing off with Nishi Fat, but we'll be right back in a while. Stay tuned.
once again, we witnessed another dramatic last ball finish in Cyprus, and this time the Mouflons triumphed against the Black Caps as they held their nerve in the last over to get an enormous win. Of course, these two sides will be back out there against each other to play one more match. The Mouflons have won the toss, and Mohammed Hussein has decided that his side will bat first.
Hello and good evening once again. Ujjwal Gadraju from the European Cricket Network. Well, we just witnessed match number 15 that went down to the wire, and the man who was in the middle of it all, both with the bat in hand and with the ball right there in that penultimate over, was Scott Austin. It'll be a pleasure speaking with him. And well, he loves his cartwheels, doesn't he?
How are you doing?
Hey Scott, nice to have you here. How did you feel out there in the middle? You were exceptional with the bat in hand. You pulled one there for your team when they most needed it.
Of course, no, definitely. I tried to sort of keep my head on my shoulders, you know, and put a good innings together. I didn't want to go too hard, too quickly, and tried to build it for the team, you know, and it worked well.
Could you tell us a little bit about what was going through your head when you were at the other end of that run out?
That was an interesting one, definitely. I mean, I shouted as loud as I could to the opposite batsman. Unfortunately, he didn't hear me, but mix-ups always happen in cricket. It's a mistake, unfortunately, but we worked through it and we got a good total put on the board.
Well, you certainly did. All's well that ends well, and well, you came up on tops, didn't you? What was going through your head in that penultimate over? You didn't have a lot to play with, but that was a really important over for you.
Yeah, definitely. In that last 2 overs, I knew what we needed to defend. I was calculating myself, actually, and I just knew dot balls are the thing that's going to win us here. So I had to bowl hard lines, tight, and unfortunately, obviously, I had a few errors. It's been a while since I've bowled, but it was good to get the ball down the wicket. It was nice.
Well, who's the one in your squad who pulls all the pranks? You cartwheeling around, you seem to be one of those who loves to have a laugh.
Oh, I love having a laugh. I always need to make the team laugh because you know what? We have to have a positive attitude. And if we don't have that, there's going to be negative energy and that can lose you a game.
Well, Scott certainly looks like a man I'd love to have on my squad. Well, what do you think your chances are like in this tournament? It's a long one. You've faltered a couple of times, but you've bounced back over here and you're looking good.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think every team has a chance. At the end of the day, it's all down to how you perform, how you conceive yourself, hold yourself up. I think if the boys hold their heads up, we're going to have a really good chance of winning this tournament.
Well, we've really enjoyed watching you there, and we wish you all the best. Good luck to the Mouflons as well, and we're looking to see more of you.
Of course, no problem. Thank you.
Well, that was Scott Austin cartwheeling himself to victory. This is going to be one hell of a second game. Don't go away. Stay tuned.
Excellent work as always, Ujjwal. That was a fascinating interview with Scott Austin, who is surely a star in the making, and these pictures are brought to you by Daniel Milkovic's Spring Productions. Some absolutely beautiful shots. Of course, Austin will be hoping that his side can make it 2 wins and 2. That was an absolute nail-biter as these exciting, close last ball finishes just keep coming in Cyprus. It seems like every single game has gone down to a dramatic final over or final ball, as the Black Caps, well, they had an absolute tense, dramatic last ball win before tonight, but this time they're on the wrong end of it. And how are his men going to recover? What are we going to see from them? As take a look at some of their seamer. That's Omar Farouk just getting a bit of a sprint in. He's looking very encouraged, and it's going to be important to see that these Black Caps don't lose their way and aren't too discouraged and come out and perform well. So looks like Kasi Munwer is going to be the man who's going to bowl this first over. Just getting set. Great to have you back with me, Ujjwal.
Lovely to be back, partner. It's second piece in this double header. Once again, the Mouflons winning the toss and electing to bat. There's a change here in the squad for the Cyprus Mouflons. Abu Sufyan makes an appearance at the cost of Ghulam Murtaza, who's now the 12th man, with no changes for the Black Caps in their 11.
Yeah, we didn't see Ghulam Murtaza play a big role in the last match, but I'll be hoping Abu Sufyan can have that impact for the side. Of course, looks like they're going out with just a changed opening partnership. We won't see Gurdeep Sharma this time, but instead it's Zishan Sarar right from the get-go.
Well, it is, and a warm welcome to all of our viewers around the globe. This is the FanCode European Cricket T10 tournament in Limassol, Cyprus. We're in a day 8, and this one's the second of a doubleheader that we've witnessed today. We already saw one humdinger of a game, and this is match number 16. A lot of these games have gone straight down to the wire, many of them going all the way to the very last ball. Will this one live up to that thrilling affair as well? Man on strike is one who's been shortlisted in the Cyprus national team.
Of course, Sarar was on the wrong end of a run out, and him and Scott Austin had a huge mix-up as Kasiman runs in to ball the first ball of the second match. And it's down the leg side, and in the end, the keeper does a very good job to get his hand onto that one. And we've seen a lot of keepers struggle with some of these wides down the leg side.
Yes, we have, and that was a good acrobatic effort there from Madhukar Madasu. Nicely leaping to his left and keeping that one down to just that extra wide. So the scoreboard's sticking already, but no legal deliveries yet, as Sarwar takes guard once again. I'll make that 2 and 2.
And yet another athletic sprint to his right by Madhukar Madasu. Not the start Kasimanvar would have wanted. I wonder if he's a bit shaken by that last loss. Played a good role himself, but he did have a massive misfield at the end of the first innings when he let a ball slip through by Scott Austin. So you wonder whether these moments are just replaying in his head. He has a few regrets. Hope not from a Black Caps point of view, and he just shakes it off and finally bowls the first legal delivery of this match. And that's a perfect line and length, right where he wants to be, a sort of 5th stump line.
And that one zipped through, didn't it? Nice carry through to the keeper as well. And a grin there from the bowler Anwar. He's happy with that one. Sarwar still not off the mark, but that'll be the first legal delivery of this over. 5 more to go. The importance of the power play cannot be understated. The Mouflons will be looking to get to a better start than they did last time around. As Anwar charges in again, this one's a full toss and easily driven through the gap on the offside. No fuss at all there from the bat of Sarwar. His eyes lit up when he saw that full toss, but he kept his head nice and still and drove that one through the gap.
Brilliant shot, a shot that his partner Mehran Khan would have been really pleased to hit himself. It was a low full toss, but he does a good job to punish it. We've seen a lot of sides not be ruthless enough on these poor deliveries, but a man with the striking power Zishan Sarar has will always make sure it goes to the fence.
Well, we've seen this so often in the very first over. Early boundaries for the batting side can lift their spirits and give them a lot of confidence. He's taking a good look here at the field as Sarwar. There's a man deep at long on, and the other one's at third man. Remember, you can only keep 2 men protecting the boundaries within this power play. Power play lasts for 3 overs for those who are uninitiated. And after those 3 overs are bowled, you can station more men behind guarding those boundaries. And that's exactly why the batting side will be looking to make use of these power play.
Just having a quick verification of the scores. Of course, if you look back at that game, on both occasions, the Mouflons had a poor start to both innings, their batting and bowling innings, but it came back in that second innings, and well, a side that holds its nerve is more often than not going to win these T10 matches because they're just so short.
Yeah, we were talking about how every game in this tournament so far has tended to see and saw one way and then another. We saw a handful of comebacks made in this previous game. The Mouflons were just perhaps the more experienced side, and that just helped them hold their nerves a little longer. than the Black Caps could. And that ended up being the difference between these two sides. There were sparks of brilliance from both sides, mind you. Scott Austin with the bat was electrifying, but as was Waqas Akhtar for the Black Caps.
The Waqas Akhtar was exceptional, but we really don't expect anything less from him. He's been so consistent this tournament, just hasn't had a bad game. And you think about this, many people often say that, you know, there just isn't enough time in a T10 match to have a long narrative, to have a long story. And if you look at that one, he really proved that you can have a nice seesaw, good tales, good stories. So it shows you that even within these 20 overs, we really have a nice dramatic plot, something where there's enough plot twists, turns and changes, climaxes. And that was quite a beautiful tale written in that last match, as we still await the score verification to conclude.
Yeah, that was a really interesting first game in this doubleheader. The Mouflons have bounced back after having lost 2 games in a row. That was much needed for them. And the Black Caps, after registering a couple of excellent wins, have registered their 2nd loss in the series so far. They've only played 5 games so far, have the Black Caps, as the Mouflons moved a notch higher from where they were before. So both the Black Caps and the Cyprus Mouflons so far have played 5, won 3, lost 2. So they're neck and neck so far in this tournament, and this one will decide who will take the 2nd position, or potentially even move up to the very first at the top of the table at the end of this game. And this one's clubbed into the leg side. It was up there for the picking, and Sarwar's getting his eye in early on in this innings.
Well, if you keep bowling there, you're just going to make his task easy. He's a man who has so much power, and all he needs to do is just flick this one perfectly timed, and well, that's gone the distance. That just shows you the power he has. There's not too many cricketers who will clear the boundary by that much distance with a flick of their wrist, but you're dealing with a different animal in Zishan Sarwar, a man who can be very destructive.
Shows us exactly why he's been sent up the order there. It's also where he's expected to bat if he makes the 11 for the national team. So Zishan Sarwar having an impact immediately on this game. As Anwar steams in again. This one's bowled at a similar length. Not a lot of elevation on this one on this occasion, but it'll be another boundary. So excellent start here for the Mouflons.
Excellent start here, and also brilliant captaincy by Mohammad Hussein. He pushes Zishan Sarwar up the order, and he obliges. It was really unfortunate last time out to be at the wrong end of a run out, but this time he's making sure there isn't going to be one, because he's just going to deal in boundaries.
That's right, and we do know that Anwar is capable of moving the ball both ways. On that occasion, it was just a little too full. And Zishan, alert to the opportunity, brings those wrists into play and neatly tucks that one. Fine of square leg for a boundary. It's a great start here for the Mouflons as Anwar runs into bowl his 5th ball. Yet another exemplary piece of cricket off the bat of Zishan Sarwar. Nishi here shaking his head in approval. Excellent cover drive, that one. His eyes lit up, nicely sat down on that one and stroked it beautifully through that gap. So back-to-back boundaries for Zishan Sarwar. He's already hit 2 of those and a big 6 to go with that. And with that cover drive, that makes it his 3rd boundary inside this first over. Excellent batting.
Excellent batting, and I was just shaking my head in bemusement. I'm stunned that Qasim Anwar has gone for 20 runs of the 5 balls. This is something we just haven't seen all tournament, although I do love my cover drives. And finally, the sort of bowling we expect from Anwar. That's a lot better and a good way to end the over, but not without conceding 20 runs for the Black Caps. And on this occasion, the Mouflons get right out of the blocks.
Well, we saw that in the previous game. The Black Caps went off to a flyer. They got 43 in that power play. And the Cyprus Mouflons saying, we're not going to lay behind and take that. We're going to try and get as many ourselves. 20 runs of that very first over. Well, if they go at this rate, they can get to 200. We saw that the Netherlands 11 pulled that off the other day. Are they drawing some inspiration from that effort?
Well, if they've, I'm sure they've been watching a lot of the cricket around Europe very closely. So many of these players do. Just yesterday we were talking to Murtaza Yamin, who has had a lot of words to say about where Cyprus cricket stacks up amongst the rest of Europe. So make no choices. Of course, Mehran Khan just walks away from that ball. These cricketers pay really close attention to the rest of Europe. There's a lot of healthy competition ECN has helped to bring. It's allowed players from different backgrounds, different parts of this continent to showcase their talent on the internet, and these people all pay attention to each other and they stack each other up.
Certainly do. Well, the action in the middle is heating up. It's a brilliant start here for the Mouflons. Much to the relief of everybody here at the Ipsonas cricket ground. The wind has relented. This is a shot ball, and it's a sharp one and an excellently directed one. I think the ball has been lodged in the batter's helmet. There it is. Nice to see that all the fielders there are rushing to make sure Mehran Khan is okay there. The bowler runs up to him and gives him a pat. We don't like to see anyone getting hurt in this sport.
Yeah, I seriously hope he's okay. I think that's the primary concern right now, and it also shows you why these umpires have been really insisting that everyone wear a helmet on that occasion. We're all really glad that Mehran Khan had went on, but of course all our sympathies are with him and hope he's doing okay right now. Of course his family is also in attendance at this game, so seriously hope for their sake that they don't have to see anything too unfortunate.
Well, what's reassuring is that he looks okay, and he's just gonna take a brief walk to make sure everything's all right with him. I wonder if there's a little bit of a cut there. You often tend to see that when the ball makes its way through the helmet. He's probably gonna go off there for a little bit, and that might be for the best. Well, that was a really sharp bouncer there from Param Singh. He's been exceptional with the ball for the Black Caps. Left armer who can move the ball both ways, tends to bring it back into the right-handed batters. Well, we do hope that Mehran Khan is going to be fine. It's just being taken off the field for now to get a good look.
Of course, we're just showing our viewers the action earlier today. Cyprus Mouflons had that dramatic win in the previous match where at one stage it looked like the Black Caps were absolutely cruising and we're certain to see the match through, but then of course Mouflons managed to come back and pull that one out. Of course Gurdeep Sharma will be replacing Mehran Khan. He's the next man in. Of course continue to give you updates on how Mehran Khan is, of course, as we understand that many of our viewers, including us, are concerned about his health. And well, we've seen Parminder Singh, he bowls quite a few sharp bouncers. We saw one to Minhas Khan that was right at his throat.
And as Nishi just said, the importance of that helmet cannot be understated. For all of you who are viewing this and catching this action live, do remember to wear your helmet. Keanu Nolan here, the omnipresent Keanu, agrees that it was lucky for Mehran Khan that he was wearing a helmet indeed. And a warm welcome to all of our viewers. Samuel Lyon and Mohammad Radoy are chiming in and saying that 100 plus is on the cards. He walks down the track on this occasion, the man who's just come in to replace the injured Mehran Khan is Gurdeep Sharma.
Yeah, this is going to be Gurdeep Sharma now. We saw him open last time out. Struggled a little bit with the bat in hand and then didn't have the best time with the ball either in the first over, but then came back in the second over and bowled that really crucial 8th over. So let's see if he can carry some of that momentum into this innings. And well, it's a good line and length by bowler.
Yeah, Param Singh there finding his rhythm right away. He's been one of their more consistent bowlers, is Param Singh. And that occasion, Sharma trying to sit back on his back foot and slash that one into the offside. But as he was trying to make contact, he fell away. Param Singh, I mentioned how he can take that ball away from the right-handed batter, brings one in, takes one out. Excellent bowling at the top.
Yeah, he's really presenting a bag full of challenges to these batsmen, especially being a left-hander. Not too many batsmen are used to facing left-arm seamers, so this is going to be a whole new challenge for them. And it's really why Parminder Singh, since he's come in, has been such a unique bowler. His ability to test batsmen's defenses, something else. This one is top-edged, and once again another sharp bouncer, and this one is taken by the keeper, of course. Well, no way, the umpire signaled this a no ball.
Well, what is happening? Has he overstepped there? That was an excellent piece of bowling once again. A sharp shot ball, well directed once again. Can get easier for the keeper, but unfortunately for Param Singh, it appears that he has overstepped the cardinal sin that a bowler can commit. He gets the wicket of a no ball. That'll be a free hit now.
Just take a look at that bouncer. That's just menacing and so hard to play for Gurdeep Sharma. He hasn't been able to get off the mark, and that is such a difficult way to be greeted to the crease. As you see, Zishan Sarwar will go with a swing and a miss, and he'll fail to connect on that occasion.
Well, I wonder if that one was called a no ball by virtue of the height. I was of the impression that it probably didn't go up all the way. But if he got lucky, then, well, let's see whether he can make most of that opportunity. Excellent bowling, though, from Param Singh. It's Zishan Sarwar on strike. Can he get the better of this left-handed speedster who's in a really, really good rhythm right now? Induces a false shot once again, and the inside edge gets parried to the man at fine leg. So that's a tidy over after having gone for a really expensive first one. The Black Caps, they're pulling this one back rather quietly. They would have been hoping that that catch would have resulted in a first wicket. It did not. Param Singh, despite the good bowling, his wicket columns remains untouched. So let's see what the third over in the power play has got to offer.
Yeah, a bit of a lull seems to have hit the game ever since that Mehran Khan injury. I think a lot of these Black Caps players are just noticed that, and you think they're feeling it a bit. And of course, I think a lot of attention, a lot of heads are turned that way. I think a lot of the Mouflons players are more concerned about their teammate and their friends' health than they are on the match right now. Of course, you can see Umar Farouk coming into the attack. That's a wider delivery, and Zishan Sarwar will swing at it, but won't need to, as it's going to be a wide.
Well, we're trying to get an update on Mehran Khan's well-being. Our thoughts are with him as we continue to watch this live action. It's Umran Farouk with the ball. And he's trying to find that line just shy of the tram line. Well, luckily, we've just got news that there was probably no cut there, so no external injury for Mehran Khan. That's good news. Let's hope he's also fine internally. Umar Farouk, he's off to a good start here.
He's off to a very good start, and I think, speaking of Mehran Khan, he's just given a drink, as this one is struck hard by Zishan Sarwar, and once again demonstrating his power. That's his second six, and this man doesn't seem too shaken. He's just batting with power.
Well, he is. There was literally a lot of ease about that shot. Effortless from Zishan Sarwar. Look at that short arm jab as Umran Farouk ran in. Nothing at all in that one. Just a short arm jab, went all the way past the boundary. Excellent cricket here from Zishan. He's batting with a lot of intent. Well, this one will get a top edge, but it'll land safely, and to add salt to this injury, that one goes away past the boundary, so the boundaries are flowing here for the Mouflons.
Well, how unfortunate was that, and how does cricket work? This is the first time in this over that he's really been able to get his line right, but this one goes for a 4 as well, so really not going right for Umar Farouk right now. When it rains, it pours, and he's going to have to find a way to make some kind of a comeback, because these Cyprus Mouflons are off to a flyer. Already 34 runs, and all they faced are 15 deliveries. As Umar Farouk runs back in for the fourth. This is a fuller delivery, right in the slot for Zishan Sarwar. Does Ataullah have enough to get to the ball? It does, as it slows down, but they won't prevent the Mouflons from getting a couple of runs.
Well, do remember that the Black Caps are more than capable to fight back in the games. We've seen them do that time and time again so far in this tournament. So it's really important for the Mouflons to keep going. No target is going to be unreachable here if the Black Caps get going at the top. As Umar Farouk runs in, this one's clubbed straight out of the middle of the bat for Zishan. He just swiveled on that one, and that will go down for another boundary. So that will be his 5th boundary already, and do remember he smashed a couple out of the park. The runs are flowing here for the Mouflons and off the bat of Zishan.
Yeah, Zishan just taking out some of that frustration after not being able to bat in the last match due to that run out. He's come out with real vengeance and wants to punish these Black Caps, and they really have to get some control over this match because it's starting to get away from them.
Well, this one's up in the air, streakishly played, but lands safely. Well, fortune favors the brave. It continues to do. The Mouflons survive without a wicket being down within this power play. They've got all their poles intact, and at the end of the first 3 overs, the Mouflons move on to 41. We saw that the Black Caps managed to score 43 in their power play in the first game. Can the Mouflons, unlike the Black Caps, keep this momentum going and get past that 100-line mark?
Well, the big thing that the Mouflons have in favor of them is that they have lots of batting depth. So if Zishan can just continue to set this up alongside Gurdeep Sharma, then well, there are a lot of hitters in the bank for them. Several quality batsmen.
Well, the Black Caps have got a lot of options in their bowling. They go back to Param Singh. That's an opportunity there, but agonizingly past the leaping wicketkeeper. It wasn't a great delivery. It was a full toss. Zishan Sarwar failing to middle it and gets that outside edge. So close, that one.
So close, that one, and you're right, it wasn't the best delivery, and I think Parminder Singh will consider himself pretty fortunate. That's only gone for a run, and now to the ball to Gurdeep Sharma again. He got him out, in inverted commas, last time out, but it was a no ball. How's this contest going to continue as Gurdeep Sharma goes for another big swing, and it's a miss. So far, Parminder Singh is on top of him.
Definitely is on top of him. Shapes that one back into Sharma. We try to find some bat on it, but with that ball snaking back into him, he was stifled for room, and excellent stuff here from Param Singh. I wonder if he'll go to his short ball option now, especially if it's well directed. It's a hard ball to get away. Well, he goes full, and this one's nicely played into the offside for a single. So good cricket here all around. Sharma can try and get his eye in. He's not scoring at the rate of knots, but his partner at the other end is doing a fine job. So it's about giving him most of the strike and making sure that the momentum does not get stifled.
Absolutely, just needs to play smart cricket here. Zishan is in, and he's looking dangerous. Let's see how he competes against Parminder Singh, as this time he's cleaned up. Parminder Singh has looked fantastic tonight, and he's just picked up the first wicket for the Black Caps.
Well, nothing wrong with that one. He was well behind the line. He cleans up the man who is doing things so easily so far. Zishan Sarwar has another go. On this occasion, he plays across the line of the ball. He's a dangerous man to play that shot against. Parminder Singh has been on target from the word go. On this occasion, Zishan Sarwar, he was probably better off playing that ball straight down the ground, but he goes across the line and he hears the death rattle of the wickets behind him. So important first breakthrough for the Black Caps.
So Scott Austin, the MVP and the hero of the last match, strides out. You just had a brilliant interview with him. A cartwheeling and dashing Scott Austin.
Yes.
Got a big task at hand once again.
Yeah, Scott Austin, of course, has made his way into the Cyprus cricket scenes after having moved here from Zimbabwe. He's a really positive young man, and that's shown through in that interview with him. The Mouflons are at 43 for the loss of 1 wicket. Do remember that their opener can come back in the fall of any wicket here. Mehran Khan, we hope that he's doing fine and recovering. As we see Parminder Singh, I wonder whether he'll test Scott with a shot ball. Scott Austin, of course, excellent against the shot ball. No, he goes full, finds the block hole. He can't put that one away, so great bowling here from Parminder Singh.
Great bowling, and it's going to be interesting to see whether Parminder Singh does test Austin with that short ball. And as you just mentioned, Austin is so good pulling. He's got one of the most beautiful looking pull shots in this tournament.
I wonder what our viewers are thinking. Any comparisons drawn to the great Ricky Ponting with that pull shot? Parminder Singh runs in. This one's wide outside of off stump. Did that one pass inside the tram line? No. The umpire there, Richard, disagrees and he calls that one a wide. He's so good at mixing things up, is Parminder Singh. We saw him snake a few back into the right-hander, takes this one away. On this occasion, just a little too wide of off.
Yeah, I think they're going to look to bowl fuller to Austin. I think Parminder Singh, he's already demonstrated what a sharp and dangerous bouncer he has. Let's see if he goes full again or he's going to go for the shorter one. Goes short, and once again, Scott Austin, he just eats up those shorter deliveries. That's a brilliant hook shot.
Well, we called that one early, didn't we? Scott Austin is excellent against the short ball. It was up on display in the previous game. Once again, he sees this one nice and early, sits back, waits for it to come to him, swivels nicely on his back foot, and whacks that one behind the square. So he's off to a good start, is Scott Austin. Only 4 overs gone so far. They're scoring at 12 an over. As we see all of our live viewers enjoying the chat. Don't forget to tune in to YouTube, the European Cricket Network. You can subscribe to the channel and chime in as we stream all of these games and bring these live actions straight to your homes. Fahim Fazal, Hassan Khan, they're all watching closely and sharing their thoughts with us. It's lovely to see you all here. This game is shaping up to be another humdinger. Lots of fireworks already here, Nishi.
Lots of fireworks here already, and I think this is starting to look a bit daunting for the Black Caps. They saw just how well the Mouflons can close innings with their depth, and already given them up 48 runs, so they're going to have to try to figure something out. Maybe go for a bowling change, try to go for an unlikelier option.
Well,
but he's gone for the man who he's so often trusted, Waqas Akhtar, man who so frequently takes wickets, the highest wicket taker in the domestic T20 tournament. And we've seen him lead from the front with the bat in hand. Now he's got a big task with the ball. Man who has won this trophy already once with the Punjab Lions. Can he do something? This is pulled away by Gurdeep Sharma, but he doesn't quite get hold of it. But it's going to bring Austin on strike.
well, there appears to be a bit of a strategy here going on amongst the Black Caps. They're trying to test Sharma with the short ball. He failed to connect that one well, and there'll be a single. But he wouldn't want to bowl those short balls to Scott Austin. He's really good at putting those away as Waqas Akhtar runs in again. No, he goes full, just as we were saying. Takes a leaf out of that book, beats Scott Austin, all ends up. Excellent piece of bowling, finds that block hole. And Scott Austin, who was so good in that previous game, plays all over this one. And the poles are down. Waqas Akhtar has an impact immediately.
Just take a look at that. That is a nasty delivery. There aren't too many batsmen out here who could play that one. That is such a beautiful Yorker. So hard to play.
Well, watch this one closely. That was a slower ball. He does him in with that change in pace. Scott Austin was through his shot. He couldn't get the bat down in time. He noticed that it was a slow one too late. Wow, beautiful piece of bowling there.
Absolutely sensational stuff, and we talked about them turning to Akhtar to produce a moment of brilliance, and he has delivered. So they get a couple of wickets, and that also includes the fact that Imran Khan for the moment has been retired, not out. We don't know what sort of condition he is in, but it's a dangerous Minhas Khan who has come in. Of course, we know how destructive he is. We saw it in the last match. And alongside Scott Austin, he made 26 runs of 14 deliveries. He's already had big scores throughout this tournament. Made 46 not out of 19 against M-Docs, and now he's going to look to carry on what he's already demonstrated.
Oh, great start here for Waqas Akhtar. The new man in the middle is Minhas Khan, as Nishi was just saying. He's got a job to do as well. The momentum is so important in this game. I don't think they have time to stand and stare here. Those great words, if I'm not mistaken, of Robert Frost, was it? I'm aching to remember. What is this life full of care? We have no time to stand and stare. He might as well have been talking about the T10 game. This one shot, an attempted pull will lead to another top edge, and once again this will be safely pouched by the keeper. And on this occasion it is not a no ball, so the batter will have to make his way back to the pavilion. So excellent piece of bowling here
Well, Gurdeep Sharma lived a charmed life throughout this innings, was out once, was given a no ball, and he's really not been able to play a short ball whatsoever. In the end, he has to depart having made just 3 runs in the 8 deliveries he's faced. Very difficult night for Gurdeep Sharma. Made just 6 runs in both of tonight's games, and now Gursevik Singh will stride out. Well, this is a man who was the hero of that final over, bowled sensationally. Unfortunately for him, didn't get a chance to bat in the last match, but now he's got a big opportunity with bat in hand. He's a spectacular batsman, top 3 run getter. Last time the Mouflons featured in T10 cricket on ECS, so this is a man with real pedigree.
Well, the Mouflons are certainly under the pressure now. They're feeling the heat. 2 wickets and 2 runs given away in this over. What a brilliant turnaround for the Black Caps. Well, another excellent ball here. Can only play that one back to the bowler. What a comeback, what a turn in fortunes over here. 50 for 3 of 4.4 for the Cyprus Mouflons. And well, they really need to pull their team out of deep ends here to Gursevik Singh and Minhas Khan.
This one's a good length by Waqas Akhtar. He's going to just aim at the stumps and doesn't exactly go for the hit, but he's keeping that pressure on. Just making sure that they peg back the Mouflons a little bit, who for the first time this innings have a difficult over.
Well, Umar Farooq went for a few runs here, so the skipper had to turn back to Parminder Singh. He did that. He bowled a fair over there, the Parm Singh, and that one's now followed up by an excellent Waqas Akhtar over that led to 2 important wickets. When you take a look at this batting chart, except for Zishan Sarwar, none of the others got going. Scott Austin, who was a hero in that last game, was nearly a 0 in this one. He got off to that good start with that excellent pull shot, but except for that, nothing else to see in the rest of the batting chart. A job to do here for Singh and Khan, who are at the crease.
Well, he's just brought Anwar back into the attack. He just senses that this is a moment where the Mouflons are having a lull, so good captaincy by Brar. Wants to keep the pressure on them by bringing on one of his star bowlers, as that's a brilliant ball back of a length. Minhas Khan can't do much more than just prod it away.
Well, Brar has certainly won a few fans here with his captaincy. I think both of us and Nishi have been quite appreciative of his captaincy. He's just bringing on the right bowlers at the right time. He's taking the aggressive attacking options every single time. Minhas Khan, this one's shot. Will it be called a wide? Yes, it will. That one sailed over his head. He'll have to go back, do that again, and it'll also be the first bumper of the over.
Yeah, not too difficult a decision for the umpires. That one is well above his head. So Anwar, who did have very difficult first over where Zishan Sarwar just belted him all over the park. Let's see if he can come back in this one, as he's going to face a couple of batsmen who are under a little bit of pressure after their side has lost a number of wickets, as this is another wider one, and so Anwar is looking a bit unsettled to start off.
Well, he is. He also went for those runs earlier on in this piece. Very expensive first over, very unlike him. Maybe he's feeling the heat, Anwar. They can't let the Mouflons off. The Mouflons are under the pump here. You can't get the foot off the pedal if you're a Black Cap. That one just trickles down quietly to the long on fielder. Just another single for the Mouflons, so things have quietened down after a belter of a power play that they had.
Yeah, the ball was just darting all over the park at that stage, but they just managed to peg them back. The game's flattened a little bit, and this will suit the Black Caps. As Anwar charges back in, this is a wider delivery, gets a thickish outside edge, but it's Parminder Singh, who had a few struggles in the field last time out, gets his body behind that one and ensures it doesn't go for a 4.
Well, looks like that page that was ripped out of that coaching manual that had to do with fielding is back in their books. Nicely behind that one, Param Singh. Gets his body on the line. There's a lot of uneven bounce here on this ground, so it's really important to get your body behind it when you're fielding. As Minhas Khan takes guard again, it's Anwar who runs in, bowls a full ball. It's allowed appeal, but there was probably a bit of bat on that one. Exaggerated appeal here. The skipper's running through, asking the ump, what's happening there? Wasn't that plumb?
Well, a bit of bat. There's a whole load of bat on that one. That's really, we could hear the edge from a mile away. That one, Minas Khan must be a bit bemused why they're appealing to that one.
Yeah, in fact, there wasn't any pad whatsoever. There's only bat there. Anwar runs in again. Shot in wide, a plain a miss.
Yeah, this has been a much better over by Anwar after struggling in the previous one, but you're also sensing that they're just not able to play their strokes. These two Mouflon batsmen, they're feeling that pressure. Of course, it is 3 wickets, but you do have to consider that Mehran Khan is, we don't really know what state he is in, whether he's in a state to bat or not, so essentially the Mouflons might be 54 for 4.
Nice bowling here from Anwar, shaping that ball away. I think that was a bit of a leg cutter about this one. Looks like he rolled his fingers to the left of that ball, shaping it away after bouncing. So nice thinking here from Anwar. Despite those 2 wides, this over has only gone for 4 runs so far.
Well, we've just had an update on Mehran Khan, of course. Been confirmed by our match referee, Suleiman Saeed, that he's doing quite well. He's just a little shaken, a little rattled, understandably, after that incident, but it's good to hear that he's all right and there's nothing too serious. But once again, just shows you the importance of helmets. Without a helmet, that would have been a very serious situation.
Yes, the bowling has been great from the Black Caps. Parminder Singh, of course, doing that excellent job. 2 overs, 1 for 10. But Waqas Akhtar bringing them well and truly back into this game. So despite that expensive power play, the Black Caps are still in it as Gursevak Singh connects this one nicely to the leg side, and they're running with some intent now. That's an easy 2nd run in the end. Good batting here from Gursevak Singh.
And we've also had another update from the match referee that he's probably unlikely to see him bat for the remainder of this inning. So Mouflons are essentially 54 for 4 from here. As runs back into ball this time. Gursevak Singh goes hard at it, but he'll only get a single.
Well, he's giving nothing away as Waqas Akhtar. He pulls that hard line and length once again. Gursevak Singh trying to power that one down the ground. But can't really do that with this kind of good bowling. Struggles to put that one away. Great stuff here from Waqas Akhtar. Beg your pardon, it's Umar Farooq who's been doing this fine job. So they're piggybacking on each other's good work here are the Black Caps.
No, this is excellent stuff to see, and feel that as soon as they've just got this little bit of momentum, everyone has risen their performance accordingly. So it really was mainly Zishan Sarar who was troubling these bowlers as they've dealt well with the other batsmen, as once again they've used the short ball so well, one of the most effective sides at using it.
Well, so if you take this Zishan Sarwar blinder out of this batting chart, there's not much to speak of it. 37 of 16 deliveries with 5 fours and 2 6s. He blazed this night. But after him, not much so far from the bat of the Mouflons. They'll settle for a single with that one. Umar Farooq's doing a nice job over here. Nice recovery with the ball in hand for the Black Caps.
It's kind of not off to the usual explosive start. Just 3 runs off the 8 deliveries faced, and now he charges down the wicket, but just chips this one where it's taking a mid-wicket. He really wants to force a second, but well, that ball will strike Gursevak Singh. Won't be too pleased with that one.
No, he won, but things are swinging back in the favor of the Black Caps. You've seen how this game has been a lot like a pendulum, swinging one way then another. You can expect to see more of that happening tomorrow at the European Cricket Championship final day of Group B. The eliminator between Hungary and Portugal, who of course upset the Netherlands 11 earlier on today. Match 22 will be the first qualifier between the Dutch 11 and the Austrian side. We also have a qualifier 2 in the Group B final to follow up, so you can watch all of this live action at 700 hours GMT, 900 hours Central European Standard Time, and you can catch that at 12:30 Indian Standard Time. Keep your eyes pegged to the screens. It's going to be live action.
We see a new ball for the first time. This one is just chipped right up, and the skipper himself, Brar, will take care of that. Of course, if you want to really hear a pretty alarming statistic, if you include that ball, in the last 22 deliveries, we've seen the Mouflons score only 17 runs and lose 3 wickets. That is very disappointing from Mouflon's point of view. They've just not been able to string together anything after Sarar is out, and this is well played by Gursevic Singh, but goes straight to the fielder.
Well, we often say how it's really important to be really good and adept at thinking on your feet in this game of cricket, especially in the shorter formats where there's not a lot of time to think and everything happens so very quickly. It's nice and easy to come up with a lot of plans ahead of time. Everybody has a game plan before they get in the middle, but once the first punch is thrown, it all changes. These Mouflons got off to a flyer, but after those quick wickets, they're struggling to react over here. But the Black Caps are certainly pulling some ground back.
It's just the game is really flattened. There's all the momentum has just been sucked out of the Mouflons. It feels like they've just popped a balloon. The Black Caps, Mouflons fizzling out, but you've seen that they have the ability to close with a bang. We saw it in the last match where it seemed like they would stumble and barely scrape it over 70-80 runs, but they ended in the bang. So let's see whether Gursevic Singh and Minhas Khan have it in them. Goes for that big hit, Gursevic Singh, but there just seems to be a fielder every single place the Mouflons hit it right now, as it'll be restricted to a single.
Well, just another startling stat over here to bring this game into perspective. The Mouflons have only managed to score 13 runs of the last 16 balls, really sapping all kinds of energy that was present in their innings. Singh runs in again. This one's got a lot of climb to it, very steep bounce and way over the batter's head. This pitch does react to any intent from the bowlers. If you pitch it in hard, hit the deck hard, there's some sharp bounce on offer.
And the new bowler has been introduced, Gurinder Singh. He's just made an instant impact, hasn't struggled to settle in whatsoever, and he's coming in a good situation. But this time, Minhas Khan gets them a much-needed boundary, and that's a classy back foot punch through the covers. And that boundary, well, they really needed it.
Well, they really needed it, and it was probably that piece of class that can break the shackles here for the Mouflons. He waited beautifully for it, a high elbow on show. The coach will love that one. Rocked back, straight bat, and a high elbow. He can hold that pose for the cameras. Excellent shot there from Minhas Khan. They need more of that, a lot more of that. Can Singh come back with a good ball here? This one's full and straight, played uppishly through the offside. They'll run a sharp one through. Skipper Brar happy to hang on to that one. He's already thinking about who to toss the ball to.
Now that ends a pretty decent over for the Mouflons, but at this stage, you feel like 10 runs just won't cut it. You don't mind too much if you go for 10 runs at the back end of a T10 game. Of course, that boundary was the first boundary in 3 overs for the Mouflons. They've really dried everything up for them as we take a look at this graph over here. Well, look at that flyer over start at the beginning. It's the old 2 skyscrapers and a bungalow in the power play, which we so often talk about. That was all powered by Zishan Sarar, but since he's been gone, there's just been no one to pick up the slack as Waqas Akhtar comes right back in with a brilliant delivery. They'll have to push for a second, and you've got 2 good runners out there, so they'll make it with ease.
Excellent backing up as well here in the field. I like that they fielded in deep, had a good shot at the wicket. Gursevic Singh had to rush through to make his ground. Excellent thinking here from Waqas Akhtar. Once again, that difficult slow ball that dies as it gets to the batter. This one's an on-pace delivery, and that has absolutely been belted through the offside. He's starting to feel his shots now, is Minhas Khan. We saw him lift one about the offside a little while ago. This one's probably a better shot, the shot of the evening so far for me. He waited for that one. There was a bit of a helicopter going on after that one. Excellent strike, 6 more runs.
Yeah, it's not often you see 6s hit like that behind square, but it took Minhas Khan a while to get going, but he has got going now, as that one is extremely wide. I feel that's just a little bit of the pressure Waqas Akhtar's fielding. If you can hit any fielder for a few boundaries, then we'll start to feel the heat, no matter how good a bowler he is.
Yeah, he didn't do much wrong there, did he? It was all the class of the batter there. Yes, certainly feeling the heat here is Waqas Akhtar. There's a wry grin at the end of that ball. He'll have to walk back to his mark, relax a little bit and do it all over again. He's gone for 12 after 1.2 overs his ball so far. Gets it a little right this time. There's no way that's going to be out. It was angling down the leg side.
Of course, it's a night where not too many people will be feeling the heat. It's a pretty chilly night in Cyprus. Weather, the temperature just around 20 degrees Celsius, but the most important factor is we are in a coastal city, so it's pretty windy out here. Of course, we're just 7 kilometers west of gorgeous city of Limassol. As Waqas Akhtar runs in to bowl his fourth delivery. That's very wide again, and this will go for 4 wide, so much needed bonus runs for the Mouflons, as Waqas Akhtar is just losing a bit at the end.
Well, a collective sigh from all the players on the field for the Black Caps. As soon as they saw that one angling away from the keeper, multiple hands went up to their heads. Just what they didn't want. They were keeping things nice and tidy, but just in the last few minutes over here, the fortunes continue to fluctuate here. This one's short and wide, and this one will be called wide here, Nishi. They're losing the plot a little bit here, the Black Caps.
Yeah, losing the plot a fair bit. I think Waqas Akhtar, who bowled such a tight first over, gave up just 1 run in that over, as I'll come back and he's given up a few. So got to get his act together now. He's got 3 more balls to go, and his over's already gone for 17.
I think he bowls that dipping slower ball magnificently well. He's got so much control over that one. It's such a difficult ball to master. Waqas Akhtar doing a fine job here. Can he finish nicely? Well, this one struck down the ground with some power in it, but not in the gap, so only a single. A really strong arm there in the deep.
Yeah, it looks like they've kept Omar Farouk there, so they've got their 2 fast bowlers, Farouk and Anwar, at long off and long on, so they're going to have some strong arms to throw the ball back. As can Anwar round out this very difficult over in good fashion. Once again, he goes back to his best delivery, which has troubled so many batsmen, but it won't make a difference as Omar Farouk pulls his hat off, and I wonder what he was thinking. He just didn't make an attempt at it.
Well, strange scenes there. One would have expected Omar Farouk to just go full tilt at that ball, but midway through his chase, he sort of just stopped and took his hat off, as if to say, that's a good stroke, I'm going to take my hat off to you and give you 4.
Certainly almost looked to be angry at someone, seemed to be angry at the batsman. How dare you hit it my way? Just pulled his hat off. This is not what we agreed to do.
Or perhaps it was someone who asked him to come a little finer, and that one maybe just irking him a little bit, because he was maybe just standing a little more square on that one. May have had a better chance to save that boundary. But either way, the Mouflons will be a happy lot. They're on to 92 for 3 with 6 balls to go in this piece. They're looking really good to get to that 100.
Well, after a really quiet set of middle overs where they only got 17 runs, the last one went for 22. That is serious stuff, as Gursevic Singh gets a hold of this one. Has he found the gap? Oh, he does well. That ball could have just spun away from him, and we'll get a couple of runs.
He's done a fine job there, Resham Singh, manning that boundary on the leg side. He was charging up and across that side in the last game as well, saving a few runs for his team. Continues to live up to it. Important last over here for the Black Caps. They don't want this one to go beyond the 100-run mark. It's just the psychological advantage of restricting the opposition to less than a 3-digit score. Ravinder Singh has bowled a couple of good balls here. He's got to do that 4 more times, as we see a lot of fans here chiming in saying we need a 6 here. Get us to beyond the 100 mark. They're pleading with the Mouflons. Both teams well represented.
Minas Khan now sizes up Singh, and this time it's a good ball once again. He's looked fantastic sit for a boundary very unfortunately his previous over, but otherwise he's just been on the money.
He really has, and he's kept things simple. We say that so often, keep things simple. It's much harder to do that, easy to say it. Gurvinder Singh has done just that, sticking to his line and length, wicket to wicket stuff. And it's been really difficult to put away so far. Continues to do that. Oh, the keeper has made a shambles out of that one. Well, the Black Caps, they're losing the plot over here. Another boundary.
Well, they controlled that middle stage of the innings so well, but they're just seeming to lose the plot a bit. I mean, the last expensive over seems to have rattled everyone in that Black Cap side. That is so unlike Madhukar Madhusu, who's been excellent with the gloves. Of course, this Black Cap side, they have two brilliant keepers out there. I mean, Pavandeep as well. He's a great glove man as well. So,
well, unfortunately there for the keeper, that one bouncing just in front of his gloves. He didn't get his pads behind it though, so he'll be upset with that piece of keeping. 2 more balls to go. They're already on 100, the Mufflons. That one's hurled into the leg side, dragged into the leg side. Easy 2 for the taking. So after a long time in this tournament, we see a score that's beyond the 100-run mark, Nishi.
well, it's been a bit of a wait for the Mufflons, as seen a lot of tight games, but on this occasion, though, looks like the Mufflons will get to a healthy total. Of course, we've seen some quality bowling, and all these bowlers have done such a brilliant job to restrict batsmen. As this time, Gursevic Singh will go for a big swing and a miss, and this is just going to be another run out, as once again, I think Minhas Khan's going to be the one who's going to have to end his innings, unfortunately, in a run out, but not without powering his side with that late push at the end. Made a brilliant 24 of 18.
Yes, another occasion where the bowler could have just taken a nap there for a bit before getting the bails off. Easy run out in the end. So they eventually get past that 100-run mark, the Mufflons, after a few hiccups in the middle. They got off to a blinder. Zishan Sarwar was unstoppable with the bat. He was looking like he was going to get a really big score here before he got plucked out. He timed balls beautifully. He opened his account with that beautiful stroke to the offside. And for once, Qasim Anwar missed his mark on many an occasion. This one was an excellent flick, beautifully timed all the way for a 6. He got those wrists into play once again, finding that gap past the square leg. Fielder there inside the circle. This one was excellently stroked through the covers. The boundaries kept coming for Zishan Sarwar. He put these shot balls away as well. A shot on jab that went all the way. Speaks volumes about the power this man has. Using his feet to that ball, comes down the track and pummels that one for a 6. This top edge found the boundary as well. He got lucky. Fortune does favor the brave every now and again.
And of course, Mufflons, though, got off to that belter of a start, but then they just began to falter a bit in those middle overs. After this big moment, that crucial moment where Zishan Sarwar was dismissed after making 37 runs of 16 deliveries. Harminder Singh was such a key player. He struggled to play him all night, the Mufflons. Why wouldn't you celebrate like that after taking such a big wicket? And then we saw him try to trouble Scott Austin as well with a bouncer, but Austin is such a good player of the short ball, but Austin was then a victim of this brilliant slower ball Yorker, and unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to replicate the efforts from last time around.
No, he wasn't. He'll feel disappointed there, Austin. And then it was Gurdeep Sharma who was struggling out there in the middle. He faced 8 balls for 3 runs and eventually bit the dust. But the man who took his time to get going, Minhas Khan, eventually found his range. He launched one over the offside, timed it beautifully and held his pose. And that one was followed up by this mighty 6. Square of the wicket on the offside. There was a bit of a helicopter to end that shot. Watch him take this bat nicely over his head. Excellent follow through. Waqas Akhtar, after having bowled an excellent first over, picking up those vital 2 wickets, let one go down the leg side, much to his team's dismay. But then he found his stock ball again, bowling those beautifully in the block hole on that occasion. Umar Farooq not able to keep that one in. Keeper having a bit of an off day as well here, Nishi.
Yeah, it was very unlike Madhukar Madhusu, who's normally so reliable with the stumps. If we just take back a look at the last moment of this game is once again Minhas Khan's match ended with a run out, but won't make too much of a difference because he batted pretty well.
Yeah, he did. And when we take a look at the batting chart here, Nishi, one of the important observations here is the impact of that Zishan Sarwar innings. He scored at greater than 230 runs, 100 balls. That's an exceptional strike rate. 5 fours and 2 sixes. And if you look all the way to the bottom, Gursewak Singh only managed to get 13 off the 15 balls. And despite that, the fact that they breached the 100-run mark pays due dividends to Zishan Sarwar's innings.
Plays due dividends to Zishan Sarwar's innings, but once again, it was Minhas Khan and extras playing such a huge role. 21 runs of extras. They're not going to tolerate that. The Black Caps, I think Barar is going to have a word with his bowlers, but we take a look at those bowling figures. They really are a mixed bag. You look at Parminder Singh's figures, absolutely astounding. He was brilliant and easily the best bowler we saw tonight. Qasim Anwar having a bit of an off night and not playing as he often does, and the same goes for Umar Farooq. But Waqas Akhtar picked up a couple of wickets, but then he had that absolutely disastrous 9th over where he went for 22 runs, and then Gurwinder Singh, pretty reliable, gave them an 8 over.
Yeah, I think the Black Caps here have found a death ball champion in Gurwinder Singh. Has been doing this consistently well for them. He was brought back again towards the death, and he did a fine job going at only 8 and over. Any captain will love to have you in their team if you can do that. Let's take a look at the mid-innings summary so far. Things have been going along quite nicely today. This is match 16, of course, at the Ipsonas cricket ground in Limassol. And the story from the middle right now is that the Black Caps need to get a dotting target of 103 and 60 balls. They have to score at greater than 10 and over. And to do that, they need to do something special, much in the spirit of Zishan Sarwar. Do not go away. It's Nishi Phat alongside me, Ujjwal Gaduraju, and we're going to bring you live action right away.
viewers, welcome back for the final innings of tonight as we just take a look at Cyprus Mouflon's captain Mohammed Hussein having a word with Lakhwinder Singh. You bet that Lakhwinder Singh will have to play a part in this defense as they're having a quick conference, and I wonder how they're going to go about these early stages. Of course, we saw that last time around the Black Caps got off to a flyer of a start courtesy of Waqas Akhtar and Ataullah. So are we going to see a bit of a change up in tactics, or is it going to be more of the same? As Akhtar strides out there, this man, well, he just can't stop scoring runs this tournament. And we take a look at his partner, the dangerous Ataullah, the man who once made 251 runs in a T20 match, and a man, well, it makes you think twice about where you've parked your car. As how do you think the Black Caps have to go about this? What sort of tactics will we see from the Mouflons? How do you see this going about?
Well, Nishi, I think this one's got to be a really high-scoring power play for the Black Caps. They have to get off the blocks in a flash like they did in the previous game. So it all rests on the shoulders of how well these two openers can do with the bat here. As Murtaza Yamin runs in, Waqas Akhtar once again, he gets that ball that he so loves to put away, but only manages to get a bottom edge on that one as he tried to make contact. Murtaza Yamin, of course, we spoke about how effective he's been with the new ball for the Mouflons over the years. He's fighting with a niggle. He has a shaky back, this Yamin. Oh, he cleans him up. Excellent piece of bowling there. You can see what that means for the Mouflons. They're all pumping their fists. Murtaza Yamin is delighted with that one. There you go. I've done it. They must have been speaking about the importance of delivering in the power play. Boy, is he ecstatic. He changed this one up, brought that ball back into him. Waqas Akhtar has been so amazing with the ball going away. On this occasion, it bites back into him and bites right into the wickets.
Well, Murtaza Yamin, why wouldn't you be pumped up? He was really disappointed during the match break. I had a quick word with him. He didn't like the fact that he hadn't bowled well. He said, I went for a few too many runs. I'm going to try and make a comeback. And, well, he's just taken the biggest wicket. And is that a hammer blow to the Black Caps' fate? We'll have to find out. Of course, he did mention that he is carrying an injury. He has a back strain. And he says, I'm also feeling it in my ankle. Had a pretty bad ankle twist. And, well, this is really resilient effort. He's shown so much heart in this first over.
Well, he's really pumped there, and why the hell not? When you've posted a daunting target and you can get the opposition on its knees right away at the onset, very few teams can bounce back after that, especially when it's one of your star mans you've relied on so frequently in this tournament. Waqas Akhtar out without scoring. What can the new man in do? Well, he goes for a big one, way across the line, nowhere close to it. I think that's Resham Singh, who didn't have a job to do with the ball. He has one heck of a job to do with the bat here, Nishi.
Of course, you and I have had a bit of debate about why we haven't seen Resham Singh with the ball in hand. Of course, he himself is nursing a bit of an injury, and that's why he is unable to bowl. But he's also very useful with the bat in hand, and well, he's just going to prod this one back to Yamin, and well, Yamin is absolutely fired up. Went for a few runs, but he's got blood in his eyes, and he's coming for these Black Caps.
Well, he certainly is, and I'll just take this quiet moment to say sorry about getting your last name wrong, Nishi, as well. Murtaza Yamin just finds his rhythm finally. He's doing a fine job here for the Mouflons at the top. Excellent start for him. Gone for 0 runs so far. Has already picked up a wicket. Will this be the first wicket maiden of this tournament?
Oh, we look forward to see. I don't want to say anything because, of course, I cursed the last wicket maiden, so my mouth will be zipped for this last ball.
Well, and it should be. You polished your commentator's curse before you came out here today. Let's wait and watch. Oh, that's a full toss, and that won't be a maiden. He's got some bat on that one. It'll be a boundary. There you go, Nishi. What are you doing, mate?
Well, this is exactly what I did last time out as well. A wicket maiden ending in a 4, so I guess I should just sprint as fast as I can out of this ground because looks like I can hex them from anywhere. That was a rankful toss by Murtaza Yamin, who was bowling some absolute blinders until then, but Resham Singh will be glad he's off the mark.
I was midway through that apology. I was butchering your last name this whole time. For whatever reason, ever since the first day I met you and you told me your name, I just thought you said your last name was Fut, and I thought that was unusual. And then you said, no, it's not. It's a very common name. It's Fut. I was like, all right, if you say so, mate. And I just realized it's Bud, and I just misheard you. So for all those times I was calling you Nishi Fut, apologies, mate, and this is most certainly Nishi Bud.
Not the easiest surname in the world, so apology accepted, partner. I've earned several nicknames over the year from
Let
all
me
the
guess,
ways people
you were
have
probably the butt of all jokes.
That was a brilliant one, of course. I've also got the nickname Bat, so that's a very nice cricketing surname as Waqar Ali strides in over the wicket and bowls to Ataola. Will face his first delivery, and very smart of him again to just close that space off for Ataola.
Well, vital wicket this one for the Black Caps. If Ataola falls without scoring too many, one would think that the Black Caps would struggle. I think he's had a change of pads, Ataola, probably getting on his lucky ones out.
Yeah, it was interesting though. I was just taking a look at the field on that delivery, and the skipper, well, the dangerous Ataola, you'd think that you'd want a man at long on for him, but the skipper just came inside and went to mid-off and sent a man out to the deep square leg instead. So let's see as Resham Singh faces the fifth delivery.
Excellent bowling. Waqar Ali, of course, is a very experienced man, and I think that's why, Nishi, you were wondering why Mohammad Hussain, the skipper, brought himself inside the 30-yard circle. He has faith in his man. Waqar Ali, of course, an astute student of the game, knows exactly what he's doing, has control with his bowling. And just as I say that, well, the commentator's curse is a real thing, isn't it?
And it's certainly not exclusive to me. It shows that you can cast numerous spells on these bowlers as well. But I think looking at Resham Singh, I've been a bit disappointed by the fact that he's just wanted to belt every single ball as hard as he can. Just needs to keep his head still, have a nice base, as you so often say, and maybe he could get a few runs through cover as well, as this time he just belts one over that hits the top of the bar. That's a 6. Looks like Resham Singh's in a crossbar challenge.
Well, he certainly is nailing it if he is. This is Yoga Bonita all over the place. Interesting looking shot there from Resham Singh in the end. He almost had 2 goes at that one.
Yeah, and apologies if you're not able to catch that on the camera, but that one, he whacked a 6 and it hit the top of the goalpost perfectly. That one will just slide through to Zishan Sarar.
Well, then that one will also make Ronaldinho very proud. He loved his crossbar challenges, didn't he?
Oh, he certainly did. And there's a few cricketers who've attempted crossbar challenges as well. Numerous videos of that. You can get on a YouTube binge after you've finished watching this cricket match.
And when you do that, you'll only see the ones where they succeeded. You won't see the million times that they tried doing it and failed. That's what these cricketers are out here to do. When you're back in the nets, you can keep practicing all of these fancy looking shots. The challenge is to get them off when you're under the pump.
There's got 1 ball left in this over. That was a very important 6 for the Black Caps. They need to make sure they don't get too far behind this asking rate. Let's see how Waqar Ali ends, as that's a very interesting looking defensive stroke by Resham Singh, as he'll end the over, and still a very nice start for the Muflons.
Well, I've been enjoying watching Resham Singh bat. It's almost like he plays a couple of strokes in every single ball. It's like he's playing it in slow motion. Let's watch him again. There you go. Picks his bat up like he's about to bludgeon that one through, and then just decides to stick it there and takes a single. So interesting looking stuff here as the Black Caps trudge along to 13 at the end of the second over. Well, there's a lot to be done here, Nishi. Ataola has really got to get going. You can't save it for too late in the piece.
Well, Ataola only knows one way to bat, so he's going to get going as soon as he can. I think Resham Singh will want to get him on strike as much as possible. Of course, we talk a lot about advanced analytics in modern cricket. Their dot ball percentage is just way too high. They need to rotate the strike a bit more, because Resham Singh just wants to belt every delivery. And on this occasion, will it work? Waqar Ali has a bit of a chase, and he's going to get to it. And a couple of runs for Resham Singh.
Well, I'm really impressed by Waqar Ali's all-round cricketing ability. He gave that one a fierce chase and kept that one down. Yeah, Resham Singh, he's an entertaining cricketer to watch. Let's see how many strokes he has for this ball. Well, he has that one that's a waft into the leg side. It looks like he wants to hit every ball out of the park, Resham Singh. He probably might be better off if he can make some good connection, wait for the ball, watch it closely, play it to its merit. Yaman having a good evening here. Well, this one's a helicopter stroke that finds the top edge. Two fielders underneath it, and it kisses the grass. Bit of a confusion out there in the middle, but it's all safe in the end for the batters.
Yeah, you just noticed the substitute fielder was right in front of it, Riaz Kajalwala. But Lakhwinder Singh tried to get to it, and in the end, that was just such an awkward moment for them. Neither of them knew how to handle it, and I don't know whether Resham Singh's just been sent out with instruction to look to belt every single ball, because this has been a very funny inning so far. Taola's just going to take a look at the field. There's a man at a deep third man for him, and then another one at long off as it's a good defensive stroke. Taola playing the ball to its merit.
Well, that's the ball I'll bowl 10 out of 10 times to Taola if I'm the bowler. Just shot a good length, rising up at him, snaking back into him, no room at all to flex those arms. He loves any width on offer, does Taola.
Absolutely, 10 out of 10 times, make it a 100 match. Ball those second 5 balls and just keep bowling them. Have 10 dot balls in a row. As Taola gets ready to face this 5th delivery, and again, doesn't give him that room, and all he can get is a single.
Excellent stuff here from Murtaza Yaman. After having faltered in that previous game, he's bounced back beautifully. Shows that he's made of champion stuff. Form, of course, is temporary, class is often permanent. That's the old adage. He's living up to it. And Resham Singh shows us why exactly he's been sent out to do. It doesn't matter how you look when you're doing it. It's about getting the job done for your team. And he looks like he's a man on a mission. That one was going high and deep into the night sky. It's gone far into the bushes. That'll require some fetching. Scott Austin can only watch that one sail above his head. Not even a stone cold Steve Austin stunner can rope that one back in.
Of course, if we do take a look at Resham Singh's stats so far, they've almost all exclusively come through mid-wicket. He's made 4 runs on the offside so far. He's this is some innings. He's just looking to club every single one to that direction. As we take a look at this power play, it was a bit of a slow start for the Black Caps, but they've made a recovery these last couple of overs as Lakhwinder Singh will be brought into the attack.
Well, and those expensive power plays that we got used to in the last couple of games appear to have gone out of fashion. We're back at the 8th run mark. Only 24 of the first 3 here for the Black Caps, and now they need to score at over 11 or over from here. And that man who has been miserly with the ball has been brought back into the attack. Lucky Singh. Well, he tries to heave this one into the leg side. It was too early in that shot, and the under edge will be fielded back in by the sweeper at square leg.
Yeah, they might be a tad bit disappointed that Taola has only faced 5 deliveries in the first 19 balls of this innings, but Resham Singh is just hogging strike and almost playing like a good old-fashioned pinch hitter. Just come out and slog every single ball as far as you can, as we know that these Black Caps have been very keen to shuffle the order around after the 2 openers.
Well, he's only got 1 shot in the book, and he knows only one way to play. You can bowl it anywhere you want. You can bet your bottom dollar that Resham Singh's going to go down on his knee and try to smoke that one into the leg side.
It's like you have a controller where every single button's broken except one, as he goes for the same shot again. And this time around, it's gone past the off stump.
Well, this is all sorts of giggles here in the comm box, but Resham Singh's playing an entertaining knock here. One thing's for sure, if he can smoke a few more out of the park, the Mufflons won't be smiling. Well, that one's let go, ever so close to that leg stump. This is comical stuff at the crease, but the Black Caps will be very proud of this man for keeping that scoreboard ticking. He almost did a little jig there before he moved out of the way.
Well, that's the CPU just automatically moving the batsman. It's still only one button that works in this controller.
Well, these are excellent scenes here. Entertainment all around. Lakwinder Singh bowls it in his range. He goes down on his knee, tries to smoke that one. Not enough in the tank. Resham Singh, after an entertaining knock, much to our disappointment, will have to walk back to the hut. Well, that's another important wicket going down for the Black Caps. It'll be 26 for 2.
Well, that was an innings some of you stick cricket fans would have liked. This one has gone straight up in the air and goes to Gursevic Singh, who's one of the most reliable fielders. He's got hands like buckets and he gobbles that one up, and very entertaining little cameo by Resham Singh. Gave us all something to laugh about and some nice bit of comic relief.
Well, absolutely, and I love that analogy to stick cricket. Played a fair share of that on my phone back in the day. And well, all the jokes apart, it's this man who can strike the big shots at will, who's going to make his way out into the middle. His name is Qasim Anwar, and you better remember it. He has played a few match-winning roles for his team in the past.
Certainly, and the match you are referring to was 24 runs he made of 19 deliveries in the last match he batted in, so he's can be a very important batsman, and we've seen him just struggle a little bit in this match with the ball, so he'll be very keen to make that up with the bat.
Well, and how good has Lakwinder Singh been for the Mufflons today? Once again, he bowled 4 tidy deliveries, just gave away 2 runs, and that important strike sent a second pole back into the hut.
Yeah, I mean, Lakwinder Singh, he often isn't the flashiest bowler, and a lot of sides try to target him as that one. I think height was a bit of a problem there. Anwar is a tall man.
Well, he looked dangerously close to being given there. Let's take a close look at this one. Oh, just about too high, I guess. Struck in front of leg, but going up about. Excellent call by the umpire. Richard there doing an excellent job. This one shot in wide. Some exercise there for the umpire. That'll be called a wide. What a comeback here from the Mufflons. They've been excellent. Finally, they're probably on the verge of stringing together a clinical performance in the field.
This is another one that's a swing and a miss, and Lakwinder Singh will round out a very solid over. Of course, so often he just doesn't get mentioned amongst all these big names like Murtaza Yamin and Waqar Ali, but he's often the one who steps up and bowls these little crucial overs.
Yeah, he's what we call an unsung hero in this team. And just what we feared, well, right after this one, here's what you can expect tomorrow night. We're bringing you lots of live action from the European Cricket Network. There's the FanCode European Cricket Tournament in Cyprus. T10 cricket spread across 22 days. Tomorrow is night 9 of 22 as the Nicosia Tigers take on Amdocs. You can watch live action at 1600 hours GMT, 1800 Central European Standard Time, and 9:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Don't miss any of it. It'll be Nishi Bhatt and Ujjwal Gadiraju who'll bring live action from the European Cricket Network straight to your homes as Waqar Ali is brought back into the attack.
That's a well played by Atola down the third man, but once again they only get a single. And going back to that game, I really am looking forward to that one. Amdocs, we often talk about as a very spirited underdog side, and I really want to see how they fare. They looked so good against the Mufflons, but came up very short. That game had a fair bit of controversy as well, and just want to see how they respond and look against those Nicosia Tigers, or sort of a case they make.
Waqar Ali around the wicket here for Anwar. Angles that one into him from around the leg stump. Nicely fielded there. Only a single. That'll be a leg by. We'd like to give a shout out to all of our diligent viewers around the world. It's a pleasure to hear from you. Keep these comments coming in. I love hearing from you, and your thoughts are often interesting to share with the rest of the world. Arian Iman is saying this one's going to be a humdinger. Anwar Ali, that's a sharp shot ball. Gets that top edge. That'll be another boundary for Ataullah. Not in the fashion he would have liked it to be. But Wakarali really sharp here with that shot ball.
Yeah, they really seem to have figured out how to trouble Ataullah. They're not giving him an inch of space, and even though he's only faced 7 balls since he's been out there, he hasn't looked comfortable in any of them.
No, he hasn't, and that's the observation we made earlier on in this tournament. Since it's a long and deep one, bowlers will learn your weaknesses and they'll find you out. Only the class batters and the class bowlers can stay and take these games through. But Ataullah is a man who's full of class, and just as we feared earlier on, Nishi, while we were talking at the mid-innings break, we said a lot would rest on the shoulders of Waqas Akhtar and this man Ataullah if the Black Caps are to pull this off.
Yeah, when they get going, there's no target that's too large for this side, but if they don't, then there isn't a target that's small enough.
No, there isn't. And Anwar would be better off at trying to watch the ball and not premeditate too much. Waqar Ali is so good at bowling these angles, bowling to his field, finds the block hole. It's a difficult angle to play the Yorker from, and it's being angled away from you. Oh, he gets some pad on that, but straight back on himself. Sort of like giving himself a self 5.
Ooh, just whacks that onto his own helmet. That's a bit of an, I would say, an egg on the face moment, but he's just got a ball on the face. Look at this one. Ooh, I should make the highlights reel. That was quite something, and I think he's going to walk back a little bit sheepishly, but he struggled to start off. Qasim Anwar hasn't made a run in his first 5 balls.
Once again, we see that the umpire there, Richard, checking with the batter if he's all right. And Qasim Anwar giving him a thumbs up. Once again, a good reason and a good example as to why you've got to wear a cricket helmet, no matter who's bowling, whether it's a seamer or a spinner. The importance of wearing a helmet cannot be understated. Cricket's only a game, it's only a sport that can give us brief entertainment. Life is far more important, as we all know. Lucky Singh's brought back into the attack. He's been doing an excellent job for the Muflons.
Yeah, Ataullah swinging out of his shoes and almost losing his balance. He better watch out, otherwise Zishan Sarar might stump him. Of course, speaking of players who've been struck on the helmet, we have been given news that Mehran Khan has been sent to the hospital. However, this is purely precautionary, as Ataullah will just swing at this one. Has it gone the distance? I think it's taken a bounce. No, it hasn't. It's been signaled a 6, and Ataullah really needed that one.
Well, our ECN crew there, they had a few coming their way. Maxi nearly pulled the blinder off there. Ataullah, we're talking about how this man is capable of hitting the big shot, and he's just got one thing to do here. He's got to go for it. Still a long way to go in this chase, and well, he has to get the brunt of the strike if they're going to have a good crack at this one, the Black Caps.
Yeah, this time they give him a chance to free his hands, and they bowl so tightly to him all night. But guess what? He sent it straight to a fielder, and sometimes the bad balls are as successful as the good ones.
Well, sometimes they are. That's the case in point over here. Ataullah, after having cleared the ropes on one occasion, was not all that lucky on this occasion. Tries to smoke that one through the offside, but not enough heat on that one. And Lakwinder Singh has been a lucky charm here for his team. This one's a skyer, but excellently judged. That's one of the better catches we've seen in the outfield. He had to run to his right, but he kept his eyes on the ball and he was calm underneath it. And safely pouched in the end. So this one's slowly but surely drifting away from the reach of the Black Caps, who were excellent the other day, but are probably going to fall short on both occasions today, Nishi, if I'm to make an early call.
Oh yes, absolutely. Looks to be heading that way for the Black Caps. You'd really feel for them if they pick up 2 losses tonight after not looking that bad. But just to continue that Mehran Khan update, they do believe he's fine, but he's just a little bit rattled, and he does want a precautionary checkup. But good to hear that he's fine and there's no structural damage or anything, and hopefully he'll dust that off and be back soon, as of course we'll see the Muflons on action again on Sunday.
Yeah, lots of cricketing action all around, so no dearth of entertainment if you're following the European Cricket Network. Ataullah, what an important wicket that one. Lakwinder Singh has been Everything that the skipper wanted him to be. This one's shaping away, and an excellent piece of wicket keeping. Beautifully taken there, and the bails were off in a flash. That one would have made the great MS Dhoni really proud. Standing up to Lakhwinder Singh, making sure that the batter will pay the price if he goes outside the crease. Exactly what happened on this occasion. Beautiful shape away from him as well. You did him in the flight of that ball. Beat him, and what a grab there by the keeper behind the wickets.
Yeah, great bit of glove work, and this is the second occasion that Lakhwinder Singh has caught a batsman completely off balance and almost got him stumped. We saw Ataullah almost lose his balance, so Lakhwinder Singh just has that deception, that guile, and they're struggling to pick him right now, the Black Caps, and this innings is just fizzling out for them.
Well, as much as it is, I'm finding silver linings and comical relief throughout this game. On that occasion, if we can take another look at that celebration, that's one to watch. Lakhwinder Singh turned around, looked at the umpire, and he was smacking the pitch down. Can we get a replay here? Let's see if we can do that. Interesting scenes. Well, we see our producer there shaking his head, telling me I'm not getting a replay. Daniel there enjoying this cricket as well. As Lucky Singh comes in, that's shot in wide, it's cut away. He found the gap there. Once again, a fielder clutching his cap as if to say, that's a good one. I might just take my hat off for you. That was Waqar Ali, of course, has been excellent all around the field.
Yeah, Waqar Ali, a brilliant bowler, and tried to just reach his foot out to that one, but in the end, the ball was just slow enough that it didn't matter. And what a brilliant spell by Lakhwinder Singh. He's really broken the back of this Black Cap side, picked up those 3 important wickets in the middle of this innings, and amazing figures of 3 for 10.
Well, if you could have had a favor, had a wish come true, and let's assume you could have had one of these batters who are out, back out there in the middle, which one would you have liked to see, Nishi?
Oh, it definitely has to be Waqar Akhtar, right? He's the informed man.
Well, I would have loved to see Resham Singh out there again.
Certainly. Good old-fashioned one button on the controller working. That was some innings.
Well, that was amazing stuff from Resham Singh. He's definitely won a fan in me. I'm going to go have a word with their skipper. Ask Mr. Brard to send him out there every single time. Well, the captain himself is out there in the middle. It's not all done and dusted. He smokes this one into the offside. But it'll be cleaned up by Murtaza Yaman, who's done a fine job with the ball. He's bowled his 2 overs, just given away 14 and picked up that important first wicket of Waqar Akhtar. That might have well been the game-changing moment.
Love how we have such differing views on the game. I'd rather see the top batsman out there giving us a chance to win while you just want to have a laugh. As this one goes just over the stumps as Madhasu, the keeper, comes forward to hit that one.
Well, Resham Singh there, if he was out there in the middle for a little while longer, he was actually scoring at a really good rate, was Resham Singh.
No, certainly.
As we see, the keeper, Madhasu, tries to middle this one. What a catch! Well, Scott Austin is a live wire in the field. He was telling me that he loves to field and he loves to do his cartwheeling around. He's got a bit of an athletic frame around him. Wow, that one's one for the highlight reel again. He was running in at the rate of knots with Scott Austin. That one would have made the great man Austin himself call it a stunner.
An absolute stunner. Austin's raising hell tonight. What a brilliant catch. Shows his bandana. That was fantastic stuff. He's a world-class athlete. He might as well do another 5 cartwheels. That was brilliant stuff. And that is one of the most scintillating catches we've seen.
Well, Scott Austin promised that he'd do a backflip if they were to pull this game off. Let's see if our camera crew can keep an eye on him. He has promised to do a backflip at some point during this evening in case the Mouflons can pull this off. Well, excellent stuff all around here. There's a lot of entertainment, not least of the bat and the blinders that we can see in the field. The night skies have been lit up every single evening here thanks to the fireworks of these bats. But there have also been a few blinders on the field. That one, probably the most spectacular grab we've seen in the tournament so far.
No, that really was fantastic stuff. Of course, Scott Austin is a man of many talents. Not only is he a brilliant cricketer, gymnast, athlete, he's also a podcaster, so better be on the lookout for that if you want to hear from him.
And is a positive bloke. I can totally resonate those ethos of his. And well, things are really turning pear-shaped for the Black Caps. Can they find a ray of hope here? Another shot in white ball that's failed to get any bat on that one here. This is Harutwa. Once again, it's a good time to turn to that famous Shawshank Redemption code about hope. Hope is a good thing, maybe the best of things, and no good thing ever dies. But for the Black Caps here, that ray of hope is turning slimmer by the minute.
Yeah, this game is just slipping away from their grasp now, and really they'll also have to keep an eye on their net run rate. They don't want to lose this game too badly. They've done so well so far this tournament, and they don't want one bad night to cause them a severe blow. As Gursevic Singh, well, he's quietly had one of the most stunning of overs, taking a wicket and giving up just one run. Shows you how the Mouflons are just bereft with so many pace options.
Yes, my heart goes out to the Black Caps. They've played with a lot of passion on this field. But well, it's a long tournament. They don't have to feel like they're down and out. As we see more action from the European Cricket Network. It's the European Cricket Championships that's underway just across the Mediterranean. Group B has been in a lot of scintillating action this week, and tomorrow is the finals day. We've got an eliminator and 2 qualifiers, followed by the Group B final. You can catch all of this live action at 700 hours GMT, 900 hours CEST, and 12:30 hours Indian Standard Time. Do keep your eyes turned to all of this action, brought to you by the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, Group B has been absolutely stunning. There's just so many brilliant teams. That Netherlands side are just awash with quality, but so are Austria. They're a brilliant cricketing nation. And we just saw Portugal cause a massive upset against the Netherlands. So I think that thing is wide open. I don't know what to expect in those games, as Abu Sufyan, who we haven't seen feature much tonight, comes out for a bowl. So the captain just giving everyone a shot. And this is probably one of the first time we're seeing a dominant win in quite a while. So it really indicates just how good a way the Cyprus Mouflons are going to round off their night, as Sufyan, that takes an edge, but that's brilliantly fielded by Minhas Khan. There's not too many men who would have made it look that simple. He's another fantastic athlete. I'd say along with him and Austin, they're the best athletes out there on the field.
Yeah, they most certainly look like they are. And I must say, good job there with the field positioning as well. That third man was very fine, and that's one of the reasons he could get across just in time there. They're doing things quite nicely here, the Mouflons. Once again, a play and a miss. The man who's been brought into the 11 in this game for the Mouflons, Abu Sufyan, with the ball. Starting off with 3 back-to-back dot balls. He looks a very good bowler, does Abu. I think we're going to see more of him through the course of this tournament.
Of course, the Black Caps will have quite a bit of a rest until their next match. It's going to be all the way on the 28th against the Sri Lankan Lions. And Brar just a little stunned by that shorter delivery. Hits him on the shoulder.
Oh, that upsets me. I'm only going to be around calling the shot till the 26th. I'll be away thereafter for the rest of this tournament, but you'll be joined by our good man Joe Regassani, of course. We did the ICC T20 internationals in Germany a little while ago. A lovely bloke. My hat goes out, and I feel a little low about that one, because that means that's the last I'll see of Resham Singh in this tournament.
Well, he's certainly, I hope you get to catch a lot of him on YouTube, because of course all this action is live on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel, which currently boasts about 250,000 subscribers and shows you this growing cricketing community we have on our beautiful continent of Europe.
Well, who would have expected that this one would have turned into a pear-shaped game for the Black Caps? They were put in trying to chase down a daunting target of 102, and they really lost their way in a rather poor fashion here. They're scoring at less than 6 and over here. 43 for 5 with 2 overs to go. Net run rate can be an important thing in this tournament. So they'll want to get as many runs as they can over here in these last 2 overs. It's not about just surviving there. There's nothing to gain if you just try to plug away and stay there at the end. These 2 batters should try and bat with some intent.
We've just done Abu Sufyan a massive injustice. He's very quietly bowled the second maiden of this tournament, and we really haven't even mentioned that. So congratulations, Abu Sufyan. We didn't talk about it because we didn't want to hex you.
Well, that's the only reason he's bowled a maiden there. I can go ahead and pretend that I knew about it. I didn't, but I think that's what went in his favor. Well, Nishi got out here tonight polishing his shoes, but before he did that, he was polishing his commentator's curse. It's been bright and sparkly all night long. Much like Resham Singh's stroke making today, as we see Gurvinder Singh pulling off another excellent act with the ball in hand.
I think a lot of the frailties of the Black Caps have been exposed tonight. This side's a bit too top heavy. Meanwhile, the Mufflons are a much deeper batting side, and even when they lost a few wickets, they have people who are capable of making runs. As well, looks like they'll very slowly pick up a single.
Well, knowing the spirit with which the skipper Rajvinder Brar plays this game, I'm sure he's not going to take too much to his heart. He's a bright and spirited man, and he'll tell his troops to hold their heads high. Well, he tries to hold this one away. That one falls agonizingly short of the fielder at mid-off. That was Lakhwinder Singh. Luck running out for once there, not reaching him on the full.
Yeah, he had a brilliant night. His figures 3 for 11. Really just absolutely killed this Black Caps innings by just going through a flurry in those middle orders. As this is well played, but straight to the fielder, and their excellent catching continues, as that is fantastically taken by none other than...
Well, Gursevak Singh ran in there, bowled this one with some bite in it. It was excellently timed, but unfortunately for the batter, straight down the fielder who was there at point, straight down his throat, and he snaffled that one quite gleefully. Well, that's another wicket that's going down against the run of play for the Black Caps, but not too much more left in this piece. It's Omar Farooq who's made his way out to the middle. They need to get as many as they can. I spoke about the importance of the net run rate in long tournaments, with a lot of teams positioned very closely together. It's that last column in the standings that might play a vital role.
Of course, the lowest score so far this tournament is 69 by the Sri Lankan Lions. So at this stage, I think the Black Caps are about to break that record. So unless they can really go off in these last 7 balls, that's well, for some reason he decided to step way outside his leg stump.
Well, I think Abu Sufyan might well be the quickest bowler in this Mufflon side. Certainly sending them zipping past the batters. Skipper Brar is back in the hutch. Hardball has struggled to get bat on ball. He's faced 8 deliveries already. Only managed to get a single. It's not going to help his team's cause. But how good has this man Abu Sufyan been with the ball? 8 dot balls in a row. That's gold dust. Make that 9 after that one. Excellent bowling here from Abu Sufyan.
Is he about to? Okay, I won't say it. I won't say anything.
No, don't say it.
I won't say anything.
No.
We'll just remind you that the cricketing action doesn't stop on the European Cricket Network from Cyprus, as of course we'll be right back tomorrow with that really interesting matchup between the M-Docs side and the Nicosia Tigers. Of course, that game will be live from 4 o'clock GMT, 6 o'clock Central European time, and 9:30 IST as Sufyan runs in for the next ball. And finally, they managed to score a run off him, but Abu Sufyan making a very strong case to feature in a lot more.
You did it again, didn't you, Nishi? You brought that up. You brought that up. He bowled 3 brilliant dot balls in a row. And you said something about not saying something. And there you got your single. Abu Sufyan runs in again. This is a sharp shot ball. It'll fall just in front of the keeper, so I think he truly deserves a wicket, does Abu Sufyan. He's bowled brilliantly. One ball to go. Can he get his wicket?
Of course, the best bowling figures so far this tournament were by Umar Farouk, the man who he is bowling to. He had 2 overs, 1 run, and 2 wickets. So Umar Farouk will be keen to keep that record for himself.
Well, he will keep that because Abu Sufyan will not get a wicket. But he's only gone away for a single run. Spectacular piece of bowling. Excellent clinical performance here from the men in yellow on the field. They'll be ecstatic with that one. You can see all of them getting together in the middle. Hugs all around the park. A dejected couple of batters go back to the hut. As we see our camera crew right on point, looking at Scott Austin, who promised to do a few black flips. Maybe he's just waiting to go into the huddle. Look at these happy faces in the Mouflons camp. They've been excellent. Oh, Scott Austin probably just forgetting the promise he made. And well, quite rightly so, one might argue. He's going in there, quite the team man. That's exactly the sort of team spirit that's brought these Mouflons through to 2 wins in 2 today.
Of course, if you don't see the backflip right now, make sure to stay tuned to the ECN.cricket. We'll be uploading any highlights and exciting moments from this match there, and continue to check all of our social media pages. Of course, our YouTube channel, the European Cricket Network, boasts 250,000 subscribers, so any major updates will be right there for you.
Well, that win there, those couple of wins will take the Cyprus Mouflons back to the top of the table. I wonder whether the net run rate is good enough to go up about the Nicosia Tigers. That's something we'll see in a little while from now as we take a look at how this innings unfold.
Well, right from the get-go, the Mouflons were onto them. The extremely consistent Waqas Akhtar was gone for a duck this time around. That was a fantastic ball by Murtaza Yamin, who went for a few runs in the last match. He was really disappointed by that and was determined to turn it around this time around. As then we saw Resham Singh play one of the most entertaining 20 runs of 16 balls. The analogy we used to describe it was that he's like a batsman where only one button on the controller works, as he clearly came out with just 1 stroke. But boy, it helped him hit 1 4 and 2 6s.
Well, it certainly did, and I enjoyed every bit of his innings out there in the middle. And that man who has continued to have an excellent impact on the game for the Mouflons, Lakhwinder Singh, got that important breakthrough, and he was ably supported by all the other bowlers who came after him. Waqar Ali bowling that excellent sharp bouncer to Ataullah. And well, this one, Anwar Qasim, was it Qasim there who played that ball back on himself? Ataullah smoked one through the leg side for a big towering 6 there. He tried to do that one again, but he faltered. It was that man, Lakhwinder Singh, again, who picked up another important wicket thanks to a brilliant catch by Guru in the deep.
Yeah, Lakhwinder Singh in those middle overs was massive, and we take a look at his 3rd and final wicket. Really had absolutely no balance, and we saw him almost get another batsman stumped as well. Ataullah Lakhwinder Singh, an unsung hero in this side, and showed his worth once again as Gursevik Singh came into bowl later and took that wicket of Madhukar Madhasu. What a catch by Scott Austin. That was one of the moments of this tournament. That was absolutely sensational, and no wonder his whole side was crowded around him, as Gursevik Singh would then get the skipper Rajwinder Brar as well, who made just 2 runs in the 10 deliveries he faced.
Well, after that, it was just a matter of time. The Black Caps fell away and faltered in that chase, and by a long way. We've got a lot of cricket left in this tournament. We did mention that this was only day 8 and only match 16 at the end of this evening. There are 22 to go in all. Well, as we take a look at this batting chart, not much going on there for the Black Caps, unfortunately for them. Resham Singh top scoring with 20 of those 16 balls he faced. Ataullah was starved of strike in the first part of that power play, and that's probably what led to his downfall, only having faced 11 deliveries for his 15, and none of the other batters could get going. Haritwal there struggled at the end, only 2 of the 11 balls he faced. Murtaza Yamin was excellent with the ball at the top, got that extremely important wicket of Waqas Akhtar. He was well supported by the experienced Waqar Ali, but the pick of the bowlers, the man who did it all today for the Mouflons with the ball, was Lakhwinder Singh. 3 for 11 of the 2 overs he bowled. Gursevak Singh, another brilliant piece of bowling. Those are ridiculous figures to have. 2 overs, no maidens, 2 for 2.
Yeah, that was some performance. And you look at those extras as well, just 5 runs of extras. They kept it so tight. They absolutely suffocated the Black Caps. And this is one of the biggest statements the Cyprus Mouflons have sent out to the rest of the island. They started off spectacularly with that quick fire Zishan Sarwar inning, faltered a little bit in the middle, but then they showed all the depth they had as Minhas Khan and Gursevak Singh closed it in the end. Well, a dominating, absolutely sensational 57-run win, and the Cyprus Mouflons remind everyone why they are one of the favorites to win this tomorrow tournament. Join us tomorrow as we show you the rest of the action from our island. We'll see you then.
Well, as we see, that massive win here has taken the Cyprus Mouflons right back to the top. As you were saying, Nishi, this one's not going to fizzle away. This tournament is going to be alive and kicking all the way through. It's been a pleasure calling it right alongside you all night long. Do come back for more cricketing action from FanCode European Cricket. It's T10 cricket in Cyprus. That's it for today. Good evening. Good night.